Okay. I think we are, for once, shockingly, live on multiple platforms at the same fucking time. What a coincidence that is. I'm going to be pulling up the order, and I'm going to be posting today's roasting order in the chat. And then, hopefully, with a bare minimum of vamping, which is typically about 2 to 3 hours of just straight vamping for me, we can then get into making fun of these commander decks. Oh, let me open the chat compiler. What's up, Islor, Helios, Anthem, Fury Titan, welcome to the stream, my friends. And Tario, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 6th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. What's up, boss? Feeling better today? Hold on, everybody. Sorry about the echo TikTok chat. For some reason, my computer was picking up audio from both my actual microphone and from an audio port on this camera, which it's not supposed to be doing that. So, Schwagnasty, thank you for letting me know about that. I did not even realize that was happening. We shouldn't be PNG tubing, no. Not a video issue, just an audio issue. Anyway, I'm feeling generally better. We're gonna listen, guys, listen. You know I love you, right? And I know you love me, especially when I'm crunchy. And today, we're gonna be the entire fucking bag of tortilla chips, because for the 3 days prior to last night, I was sleeping about like 4 to 5 hours a night. And it was last Thursday was the first day in, I think, like a month or 5 weeks where Z and I were like, we're going to take a day where we don't do anything. We're not, we're going to take a day off. We're not going to work. We're not going to try to make videos. We're not going to try to make new thumbnails. I'm not going to yada, yada, yada. And we were like, wow, that was really good. We definitely need to set up more days off because we've been doing too much recently. And then every night after that, it was just no sleeping, no fucking sleeping, no sleeping at all. And so last night I was able to fall asleep at it's like 10:30, 11. I was able to fall asleep, and I was asleep until like 11:30. So I've had one good night of sleep. But for anybody that knows anything about sleep, your mental quality is in many ways a lagging indicator of what your sleep health has been like over the last couple days and over the last week in particular. Like the idea of you run yourself ragged for days and days and weeks, and then you have one solid night of sleep, and then you like pop back up and you're like, oh. That is anime shit. That is D&D behavior. So we are still rough around the edges, but we've had a full night of sleep. And so we were able to function. Slapdash Prime, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. And Raven ACV, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the dog home as well. Yeah, stalkers. Bad sleep that is super fucked, and so I'm hoping that I will be able to continue getting it under control the next couple days. I'm also bipolar, so I'm very familiar with having to put up with my body being like, we don't need that shit anymore, bro. What are you talking about? We're different. What's up, Eric? I mean, I think that's, I don't know about you, but I can definitely crash for 17 hours and be A-okay. I think that is probably, respectfully, you don't grasp how worn out you are, or your life does not test you on the metrics that sleep debt is hurting you on. Because I've also like crashed out for an entire like day and been like, oh, I feel so much better. But the difference is like better doesn't mean you're actually back to what good is. Also, Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for the 800 bits. Welcome to the top of this week's dog pile. Sinister Goon Vizier reporting for duty, boss, and bipolar buddies. Those manic episodes hit and you just feel like you're built better. Yeah, like they would hit me while I was training. Yeah, you're unbanned now. Beeps did the undid the banned as a bit thing, but after they said it, I was like, I was like, okay, I'll be quick on the fingers to hit the unban, and on my side, so it turns out if that happens in a collab stream, the ban, like the list of people that is banned is shared, but the visibility of it and the like edit actions of it are not shared. So I can so I was, oh, the audio's crunchy, hold on. Helios, I have no idea. Sometimes my mic just like gives up on life. I mean, have it could be paid down, but you don't erase it. You like, that is the important thing, is you don't, depending on how meaningful the sleep debt is, you are not erasing it with one singular night of sleep, even though you can definitely improve it a lot. Like, you can improve the issues that you're having a great deal by having one really big night of sleep, but you need like a really big night of sleep, and then you need multiple better than average nights of sleep to really be back. But anyway, so yeah, I was like, I looked on your, I was watching your profile, so I'd be like, oh, when they get banned, I'll unban them. Hey, Mal, just dropping in to say thanks for what you do. Your roasts have inspired me to move beyond upgrading precons at last and actually try some mildly spicy brews. Thank you so much, Los. I hope you are having a good time as you get into Magic the Gathering, and I hope you don't play green. All right, Helios. God bless. God bless. White Bread, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. I appreciate that generosity so much. Ramos, for these streams, the deck list roasts are only done through Ko-Fi. There is going to be one stream a month where you can submit for free, live on stream without paying. And I will be publishing more information about what day that stream is going to be. So there's going to be a monthly free roast stream where Matthew, people like you can submit through chat, and we'll just do it live. Today is not that day. So today we are doing scheduled roast for people who purchased a commission. Purchased a commission via Ko-Fi. And yeah, MLP, I do want to make I think there's a couple things at play. One, Beeps is a big yes-ander and is always going to go too big rather than too small. That said, I think because we are on the internet and because it is very hard to parse intent and the lines of sarcasm get very, very blurred, I am going to ask this community that we keep it tighter and respectful with jokes that relate to pronouns, even if you are non-binary yourself. Even if you're like, oh, I'm doing a they-them joke because I'm a they-them, it's our word. I think because we're on the internet and nobody knows you're a dog, I do think that is a thing that has been weaponized heavily against non-binary people on the internet. And so in the future, I'm going to ask that we do not do those jokes. I'm trying to think if there's any exceptions where it's like, oh, here's just like all-star banger that in no way could be misinterpreted as bigotry. Like, I think the line is not, could you interpret this as chill? It's if there's any interpretation of it, that relates to bigotry. Like if a genie could twist your words, like not even, oh, does a reasonable person think that I'm being cruel, or does a reasonable person, yeah, like the gray area is just not, it's like gray water. Yeah, and sometimes it does, like, sometimes it is, you know, the last little bit. Like, it's been pushed too far in other situations, and then one little thing pushes you over the edge. Because I also did it too when Beeps did the pronoun check, and I made the joke about being evil/bastard, which is just like the next step of doing that super dumb I identify as an attack helicopter meme from 2010. And those are the types of things that are just not worth doing, because they're barely funny, and best case scenario, you just don't hurt anybody, and the most likely scenario is that you do hurt somebody. And so those are the things that we're just not going to engage in anymore. That's why I save my edgy humor for my friends who can hear my sarcasm. Yeah, like any humor that has edge in it is generally edging. My stream deck's not working. Hold on. No! Okay, edging? There we go, I got you. Okay, bit saved. Any joke that's like that is yeah, better saved for people who know you're not coming from a place of cruelty and can hear your sarcasm in person. Wolf, what's up, my friend? I agree. It's better to just not make the personal jokes on the internet. Oh yeah, Maul, did you manage to keep your brochures in the face of the horny VTuber? No, Will, we did not. She took the brochures and she did some things that I can't speak about in public with them. Correct, MLP. That particular joke was not deeply personal, but I do think is in the same zip code as all the stuff we're talking about. Lariak Saba, thank you for the tier 2, for the 2-month Twitch sub. Welcome back to the dog home. See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing that we can't do anymore. This is the thing, not even anymore. This is the thing we shouldn't be doing on the internet. It's a pun, right? It's, I now identify as sub/scribed, love you mauled. It is a pun. You have correctly, what's the word? You have correctly conjugated it with a slash in the middle. But this is the stuff that we're saying, gray area, best case scenario, nobody feels hurt by that. Worst case scenario, people who have had to make a great big effort in their lives to be identified by different pronouns get hit with reductive jokes about, oh, I'm joke/pun. So, Lario, thank you for stepping up to be the example. No. I appreciate your generosity very much. I appreciate you and your support, and I love you, boo. But water spritz. Right, and that's the thought. It was in good taste. Even the ones you think are in good taste are the ones that on the internet ease up on it. Mackenzie, yes, we are dual streaming, and it's sort of like a question maybe a better way to frame it, because I think about humor a lot, and I write a ton of edgy jokes. It's not even Twitch TOS. No. Okay. All right. Yeah. Now we're gonna break it down, because everyone thinks I'm doing this for like terms and services shit. There's a ton of jokes that I write that are hurtful to somebody. Many times, I say that shit out loud because it's still funny. Ultimately, when it comes to when you're dissecting a joke, the thing you have to look at is, why is it funny, right? Why is this a funny thing? And even with puns, it's generally like, oh, it's funny because thing sounds like other thing, but we still have to look like, why is it funny to swap out part of the sentence with another thing that makes it a pun? And anytime we do that stuff with pronouns, the root of that joke sounds to me like, oh, this is funny because my pronouns can be anything, including things that are not serious, which is very, very few degrees of separation away from the idea that your pronouns are not serious. Like, no matter how good the pun is, no matter how much of an ally or non-binary person yourself you are, the root of doing that swap is still, oh, pronouns aren't, I can do non-serious pronouns. Where for much of the population, I sure do, Fogel. I sure do. Because so many people think it's just like, oh, you shouldn't hurt anyone's feelings ever. And you definitely should hurt people's feelings. There's many people whose feelings deserve to get hurt. And there's many people who deserve to get made fun of. And it's good to make fun of them. And it's good that we all rib each other. But many people in the world make jokes without, like, including me at times. Right? This isn't a thing that I'm like some progenitor of morality about. This is just like how I conceptualize it and how I make decisions about what is So you had to stop down and handle this because of one comment that wasn't that deep. Fogel, have you been to any of these streams? Do you know how many collective, like, hours of footage exist on the internet of me going on 30-minute lectures about one-off remarks? About, like, anything? I do this shit about bread, bro. I'll go on a 20-minute tangent about fucking green beans. Like, that's just... If you like the short form content, I appreciate you. I hope you continue enjoying it. For the long form content, this is what we do. There's going to be magic. There's going to be There's going to be decks that we look at. There's going to be cards we make fun of. This right here is like 80% of it. No hate, no aggression. That is just an accurate depiction of what the thing is. This is 80% of it. Harley, thank you for the hair call out. I mean, Fogel, you're being very like, because I can see your comments on TikTok too, and you're being very, very edge adjacent and being like, just stay in your lane. You're being very like, shut up and dribble type shit, which a lot of people react aggressively to, because we're just people talking. You're reading into it, my brother in Christ. My brother in Christ. That's the stream. See, Dungeon Master Consortium, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. As one of the they-thems in question, I very much appreciate the approach. The internet in general is super not kind to non-binary people, and most of the ones people make regarding us are meant to hurt us at the base of it, even if later people try to use it in good faith. The history of attack helicopter is actually really sad when you look into it. And that's part of why I went down this tangent, because that's one of the jokes I made in that stream, and immediately was like, oh, that wasn't very funny, and was also at least somewhat hurtful. That sucks. Harden, thank you for the rant. Please copy paste whatever the topic is, because I believe I've lost it if you've said it previously. Ilian Tier, thank you for the tier 3 Twitch sub. Tier 1 Twitch sub for the 3rd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. These rants are the reason we're all here. Thank you, my friend. And Switch DM, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome to the dog home. Hey, Maul, just resubbing while taking a fat steamer. Bless you for keeping me company in these trying times. See, that, like, let's identify the root of that joke, too, so we can talk about why that's totally funny and nobody should be bothered by that. Now, we're laughing at Switch DM's, incredibly stretched asshole while they try to deal with whatever hell demon is crawling out of their colon at present moment. That's on Switch, right? That's not on any of us. And it's always fine for you to make fun of yourself. But you can get in tricky situations where you try to generalize parts of yourself into, like, the wider world. Oh, we do need to hit a manual ad break. Let me grab the order so that we know who's going today. And then we do need to hit the manual ad break because the auto ads are going to get us, since I have them set to minimum. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Let me make sure I don't have people's, like, names and home addresses in this. I did have a name and home address. Excellent. That's fine. Great. All right. Order going out. Custom cards not supposed to be live. I believe I've turned it off successfully. Thank you all for the warning. And then Harden did... There should be a first name that got left in there. Yeah, first name, I'm like, whatever. We got motherfuckers are named things. It's just if I'm giving you the full legal name. Hey, Mother, wanted to ask if there was a way for me to update how you reference me in your video shoutouts. Can I just DM it to you, or is there something I can do on Patreon? Relic, if you change the name on Patreon, that will 100% do it. Or, yeah, just DM me, and I'll fix it. Yeah, Emperor Tromidlov Drolmai. Oh, you never got it. Oh, no, Sunder. Let me open up my mail. Let me hit the ad break and then open up my mail. I mean, Fogel, nothing needs anything. All right? Life is your perception, and what something needs is totally disconnected from what I feel like doing, right? Because the stream is my fucking whims. I might I put a category on for the purposes of SEO and for whatever broad thing we're talking about. I put a title for what the overarching thing is, but ultimately, it's whatever the fuck I want to do. And for anybody in chat who's been arguing with this person, just leave them on their little island of perceived intellectual superiority, because I have conversed with many of these people in my life, and they're just nonstop. They want to try to debate a lot of the they want to try to lawyer speak their way out of having a reasonable conversation. See, again, just a bunch of people getting aggressive and hateful when the people getting aggressive and hateful are man, can't you see how the things you're saying are so often weaponized by people who are being hateful, and how you're being really defensive about me being this is a good, ultimately, I think this is a good learning opportunity for everybody in chat about how we can be more respectful of our fellow human beings. That's not hateful. I cannot imagine. He is getting dogpiled on homonymed a bit. I'd agree he's getting dogpiled. I don't know about homonymed, but I definitely agree with dogpiled. But Mauled, if I don't win the internet argument against the person who won't even engage on a level with me, means I won't see the light of heaven. Because the series of events as I saw it was man says we're gonna redact everything just in case any of this makes the YouTube VOD, so that I cannot be accused of dogpiling myself. Man says on YouTube, people should just be less sensitive. Aren't you a magic guy? Because I don't read those comments, they come to Twitch and say, why are you talking about this for so long? It's not that deep. And coming into the conversation about, hey, let's talk about how I was making some insensitive jokes that I don't think are that funny, and I'd like my chat to step off that as well. And they walk into the conversation well, I've been here, and frankly, it's not that important. Which obviously the raising my voice, that's ad hominem. They didn't raise their voice. They didn't talk in all caps. They didn't say exclamation points or anything. But they did drop the comment multiple times. Sure. Didn't say it wasn't important. Said no need to we don't need to spend 5 minutes talking about it. Which I think is a one stone skip away from saying it's not important. The implication of your statement was clearly that it's less important than I was making it. I said even the guy who made the comment said he was joking. And we were talking about good-natured jokes, because nobody's the point of the conversation is that a bunch of us is that it's very easy to make things that you think are joking and lighthearted, and for them to either be taken the wrong way or to just not come in with enough context for them to be reasonable to say. Hold on. Whoever just chatted, my Twitch gives you all different colors, and it's made your color such dark blue that I can't see what your name is. It's not you boys. I just got here. What's going on? We're vamping. We always spend... Listen, it's only been 30 minutes. We're still in the vamp section. The ad should be about over, and then we're going to be starting with Who's first? Emperor Tromidlov Drolmai. So we have Drolmai, then Steve, then Depressed Robot, then Sudsy Boy, then Debo. I know Sudsy Boy's here because they razzed me in YouTube chat about doxing them. I believe I've seen Emperor in YouTube chat, but Emperor's typically in YouTube. Somebody's just Steve. Yeah, you're just Terrence, bro. People just get bent out of shape over everything these days. It only has power over you if you give it power. That is not true. That is nobody has authority. I mean, with like, I'm not even going to contest it this way because this is the way they want it to be contested. This is the like 4chan contrarian path of them being like, yes it does, and then you go, no it don't, and you just dig your heels in more and more and more about whatever you think the objective reality of the world is. So different approach we're going to use. Even if that is true, it also costs us nothing to do our best to be kind. And that is the approach I like to take with most of my life. Is when we're talking about things that are not actual physical authorities over you, and it's just us saying words to each other, it is basically no effort to change those words to be actively kind. And that's how I'm trying to be, unless you play Llanowar elves. Then I'm gonna call you some nasty things. But I think my general reaction, like I had a friend in high school who would say a bunch of like really mean shit and would then follow it up with, "Oh, but I'm joking." And he would expect everybody to like instantly de-escalate because of the follow-up phrase, "Oh, but I was just playing though." And I'm also the type of person who, this is again, tangent number 5. This is even, I will say this is not distinctly the same thing. I'm also the type of person who believes that if you do a prank and not everybody is laughing at the end of the prank, it's not a good prank. Right? If you prank somebody and you say, "Oh, it was a prank, bro," and they're still upset, bad prank. Switch DM, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. You're so patient with this topic and handling it very thoughtfully. Big respect. Thank you, Switch. I mean, listen. My general flow is... Hold on. So rather than blaming someone, stop and have a productive conversation about their logic. I think the thing is, a lot of the time it doesn't come down to logic. As someone who used to try to live their life extremely strictly around logical rules, both because of, like, when you're an autistic kid, when you try to socialize yourself, it's generally easier to do if you can teach yourself a bunch of like behavioral rules. And so I'm very familiar with like, things must proceed logically, and if I'm wrong, it must be like an update to the logical rules, and those really start to break down once you lose the ability to communicate thoroughly, which we have the moment we've got someone in chat was flaming you as bipolar, which yes, I am. Yeah, bipolar's bipolar's a tough flame. Like, it's been in the zeitgeist for a really long time. Whatever your opinion, don't go into someone's home and drop an upper decker on their dinner table. This is mauled space. We should be respectful. Hogaak, no, I need. How else am I gonna get content, bro? Don't tell people to be nice. We gotta. Everybody's gotta yell. Everybody's gotta yell and scream all the time so that I can clip you. No, Hogaak, bad. The Tin Street welcome. Be nice, become unclippable. I'll find a way, Resident. I'll find a way. Troper's done nothing this time. Alright. We're gonna take it slow. We're gonna take it slow. Just curiosity. But when people ask questions, they get labeled as a bigot. So, we're gonna beat 4chan at chess. Everyone, chat, simmer. We're gonna beat 4chan at chess. Because the typical response to things like that is something, air quotes, oh, well, you're asking bigoted questions, end air quotes, and then the person goes like, well, what is not a bigoted question? And then you go down this, like, again, very reductive and circular line of argument where you just chase each other's tails until you both get tired, and then you leave the argument thinking that you've both won. So the way that we're going to address this is talk about how people on the far right who are attempting to be hurtful have actively co-opted behavior from the genuinely curious. This is not a thing of asking questions bad because it's asking questions, but it is tough to navigate on the internet with people who have no previous context for you, because people on 4chan, anybody who's in the, like, Ben Shapiro pipeline, they have spent 20 solid years at this point learning and copying the language of the genuinely curious so that they can twist it at certain points in the conversation to make it clear that they're being hurtful. So the reason that it's tough to the reason it's hard to just ask questions on the internet is because after 20 years of this behavior, if you say a neutral question, neutral territory has been so aggressively claimed by the far right that when you place yourself in, I won't even say neutral territory, but if you use, like, curiosity, faux curiosity has been so dominated by the far right that when you put yourself there to begin the conversation, the person looking at you is like, okay, either you're a troll and you're deploying faux curiosity, or you're genuinely curious. So that's 50-50. You are neutral to me, or honestly, and based on the like concentrations of this behavior I've seen, it's not even 50-50. It's like 80-20, 20%. You are a genuinely curious person who doesn't know a lot about this topic. 80%, you are an actively hostile person attempting to bait me, but the default always becomes they're a bigot or they're a troll. And I'm trying to explain to you why that's the default. Because we're in a world where it's 70-30, 80-20, they are a bigot or they are a troll. And so statistically, they're correct. They may not be correct all of the time, and there's many times where the person automatically labeling you as a bigot or automatically labeling you as a troll is making a failing themselves. It's not 100% of the time accurate. They're not always right. A great degree of the time, they're either right, or what I'm going to ask you to understand, because another thing we almost constantly do is when we see other people, Gilman is not, hate Simic. Yes, I thought you said play Simic. I was going to ban you. Yeah. It's still fine to hate Simic. Oftentimes when other people engage in behaviors that we think are shitty, we say like, this is a quality of them as a person. And when we do something that's shitty, we go, I'm having a bad day. And so I'm going to ask you to understand that like the just having a bad day on their end is, let's say you have somebody who's coming at it from this very like, oh, I'm just asking questions. But they interpret the questions as defensive, or they interpret the questions as like goading in some way. The only options for them are you either are a troll/bigot, or you're a totally unknowledgeable person that is putting the onus onto me to educate you, which many people just don't have the capacity to do that. And so a lot of people, when faced with that, will throw their hands up and they'll be like, okay, you're probably a bigot. I'm going to call you a bigot. I banish thee, blah. But even if you're not a bigot, curiosity is good. Your friends can teach you a great number of things. And I'm not saying that you are not explicitly declaring it their responsibility, but when you engage in online spaces by going, oh, I'm just asking questions, why is everyone getting so mad? What you're doing is foisting the teacher role onto others, and then getting exasperated when they don't want to do the mental or emotional labor of walking through all of the bad assumptions. And like, Troper, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Thoughts on the Night's Whisper secret lair featuring the funny meme frame of Squidward tentacles with eyes wide open? Oh shit, spoiler nation. MTG SpongeBob. This is the real shit. Agumame, thank you for the 2 gifted community subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven. And James Borg, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I can't wait until my birthday to press this button, so have it 2 days early. Mauled Father, enjoy this happy birthday from me. Thank you, James. My little Pookie. Where's the... Is this actually... Okay. That's good. Listen, I don't actually like SpongeBob. I don't like SpongeBob as a property that much. I like this. I like this quite a lot. I like this a whole fucking lot. Even though I'm a boomer and I'm like I've watched probably like single digit or low double digit SpongeBob episodes because I don't like the show. That's good. That's just good. Fuck. That's just good. Do you have professional media training, Mauled, or are you just well versed in the world of internet shitheadery? Do not have professional media training, but was on the pipeline of becoming a like pseudo right-wing bully, and started examining myself to figure out, well, why do I like and not even to the point of bigotry. This is back when, this is just like high school, and you start making jokes that hurt people. And I think after the first couple times that I made a joke where I could see that it visibly hurt someone's feelings, and they were like, hey, what the fuck? And I was like, it's just a joke. Don't take it so hard. Really bothered me. And the like reflexive desire to cloak myself in that type of snarkiness of like, oh, well, how do I say these in such a way that it's not going to make, not going to paint me as an asshole? When I started reflecting on that, I just like hyper fixated on the nature of jokes and how we relate to each other and how we communicate to each other. And so it's really that like I am a so yeah, it's really that like I am a defector from the Ben Shapiro side of things. Is why I know the playbook so well. Not even a defector, because I never got deep enough in it to hate black people or hate gay people. It's just the like, as soon as I started down the path of being a bully, I could see where it was leading. Any advice on where to look to educate myself other than following Brennan Lee Mulligan? Also, Kiva Delix, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I'm spending $5 just to see if I can make Mauled say redacted. It's a weird chat, Kiva. Weird chat. 100% not a crusader. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, so back to Takeots. Any advice where to look to educate myself? I do not have any specific resources because most of the like education I've received has been through personal relationships with people who are marginalized. I would say probably the single best, if there's like one tenant you can really put into your core, it's the idea that your experience is not universal. I think that lone idea. Now, a lot of people, if you asked them, very few people would fill out a survey where they wrote down, I believe my emotional experience is the default and is completely universal, and everyone experiences things the exact same way I do. Barely nobody's going to say that, right? But when it comes to the arguments people make in online spaces, that's kind of becomes an assumption. People make a lot of arguments that rely on their own intuition or their own feelings about what is like right and wrong or what is harmful or not. And so I think the number one thing is to understand that the way you experience the world is not the way other people necessarily experience the world. And so if they tell you something, like I think a really, really low-hanging fruit example of that is people who, not even the like hateful bigots, but the people that just go like, oh, I don't understand trans people or I don't understand non-binary people because I've never felt that way. And it's like, I haven't either. And so that's why I believe them. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Literally could not be me. You're probably telling the truth. Because a lot of people get like, and I think the last thing I will say on this point before, is Emperor here? Hold on, let me check the YouTube chat. I actually don't see Emperor right now, so Emperor Trumbadlov Drolmai, please do sound off. Like, one of the really big constants I've seen is, oh, well, what if they Like, I remember a really big one was like, oh, what if somebody uses a pronoun that I think, like, demands that I call them some, like, pronoun that I personally think is ridiculous. My answer to that is generally, like, and? That's not hard. Like, insert whatever pronoun you think is personally silly. It's like the smallest. Like, I don't know, if you need to feel like there is this person's name is so hard to pronounce, I don't think it's real, I will just ignore it. Like, some people's jaws straight up don't work. Some people's jaws and tongues and vocal cords straight up do not work. And there's like, and they're just like, but they want me to call them Faye. Motherfucker, you told them what to call you at the beginning of the conversation, presumably. Which is, again, that part's unrelated from, like, anything anyone in chat has actually said. So that's not an ongoing argument, but I think that's just the final ribbon I'm going to tie on that. Islor, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. As someone who went through the exact same pipeline, I feel this so well. Vulnerable teenage me was being groomed after Gamergate, and I'm really glad there were a couple good actors that gave me the tools to get myself out. Everyone has imposter syndrome. Let us all base our interactions from that common ground. True, we do all have imposter syndrome. That is the one place. Okay, so as someone in the community, I don't think anyone should be opposed to, offended by they, them, as it is the most general term available. Lario, I think this is another, like, gray area point, so I'm going to redact the humor from this, and then we're waiting on... so, Sudsy and Debo, I know you're here. Depressed Robot and Steve, are you here? Because there are some situations where I actually do think that can become hurtful in the agora. Like, if you're out in the marketplace and none of these people know each other, then yes, that's a very safe pronoun. I think when it can start to become hurtful is I have known people who are not in my life anymore who, when confronted with somebody who is trans and who has gone, I'm very solidly, I am she, her. But the person in question does not think they pass as she, her. They will consistently use they in a manner that they think respects their transness while still trying to noticeably other them from being recognized as a woman. And I think the same thing can happen in the other direction if you very solidly identify with he, him, but the person you're speaking to... Now, that only really comes up if you're having a lot of interactions with these people and you've told them many, many times, my pronouns are very specifically this, and you know, because there's always... I have never in my personal life seen a single person crash out about pronouns shy of like 5 corrections. Yeah, like calling people they, them because your memory is ass. Like, they, them can be, if it's somebody you have extremely limited interactions with, it is certainly a lower downside risk than than hitting them with he, him, or she, her if you genuinely do not remember. I don't think anybody's going to crash out on you about that. It's more of like if you're having, let's say you're having like dinner, like a group dinner with somebody, and you, and like 5 times in that one dinner, they remind you like, yeah, it has to be intentional and pointed. And that's when it can become hurtful, yeah. Personally, when I forget, I use their name. Sadly, I often forget their name too. Will, that, so, all right, hot tech from the Hound. A really good way to remember people's names is if when you meet them, you close your eyes and you imagine their name flashing in like carnival light bulbs above their head. That will kind of give you like a permanent World of Warcraft nameplate for the person. Because that happens to me all the time. So yeah, hot tip from the Hound for you. Just use Ayo in place of names. Yeah. When I address anybody, I point at them and I say you. Mauled, none of it works. I've tried so many tips and tricks, none of it works. I have to make lists of my own characters' names that I make up for my own writing. Then damn, that sucks. Rest in piss, Will. That sucks. Hot tip from the Hound out of context is filthy, and I love it. I mean, that could definitely be a repeating phenomenon. Hey, fucker. Something I hope more people might consider is that the LGBTQ plus folks that hang around them, who bother to correct them, want to keep being around them. We remind because we care and think you care. Maya, that is a really, really good point that I do think people tend to forget because we like a lot of online news sources sensationalize the rift between people. In some cases, the rift is very, very big. Like if you voted for Trump and gave up on morality, but they like sensationalize the degree to which everybody will just freak out if you have a single disagreement. And my friend Danny made a really good video about this, which was like, if somebody takes the time to attempt to change your behavior, whether they're telling you, hey, this thing you're doing is directly hurtful to me, or what you're doing is directly hurtful to Josh or Kate or whatever, or you're just doing something I think is stupid, that person cares about you, right? They're not doing it because they want to like score points on you. They're not doing it because they dislike you and are trying to push you away. If they just disliked you, they would just use it, they would just distance themselves from you and then use it as an after the fact justification. If they come to you and they're like, hey, this thing you did bothered me, it's because they care about the relationship between they care about the relationship between the two of you. So you're saying the best way to avoid all of this is to dislike everybody. Yes, Siren, the most woke person in the world is a hermit who lives on a beach somewhere and has never spoken to another person in 50 years because they've never used, they have not spoken to anybody. That means they haven't misgendered anybody. Except the fish, and we don't give a fuck about the fish. Simple as. Blue Angel 1221, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Also, Not a River, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. The Civil War was made to be left versus right when it was top versus bottom the whole time. Holy shit. Facts. Facts alert. The Civil War was just all the blue states topping the red states. Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Stay toxic, be persistently kind, fellow goons. Yes, final thing we'll say before, well, I guess so like Debo Debo or Sudsy, are you ready to go? Because I don't see... Emperor, and I don't see Steve or Depressed yet. And so, okay, Suds, you're here, great. So the last thing I'll say is then it's extremely low cost and extremely high return to be kind on purpose. Helios will need another man. We will get through. We can get through Sudsy's deck without oh, Emperor has been here. Okay, then we're starting with Emperor. Oh my god, said hi, said I usually say yeah, I'm so blind. I missed 4 clear sound offs from Emperor. All right, we're starting with Emperor. Thank you, YouTube chat, for catching me in the compiler. Evan, I see, the thing is, Evan, on my screen, I get both. So I can see YouTube, and I theoretically should not be YouTube blind. Twitch mandates that I reply to YouTube, or reply to Twitch slightly more often than I reply to YouTube. But me missing anything is just me being an idiot. Not a River, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. All right. That is true. YouTube is also on a different delay, and so I get them in different time streams. Wait, can Twitch mandate that? Welcome to the next 2-hour tangent called Jeff Bezos is a dystopian overlord. Yes, they can, specifically with respect to multi-streaming. Mauled responds to me less because I'm secretly John Cena. Fucking true. Fucking true. I'm just so jealous. But yeah, the short answer is if I was only streaming on Twitch, they couldn't say anything. Each streaming platform is welcome to set their own rules because Twitch has been the biggest one. Twitch is the one with rules. YouTube and TikTok and all them don't have any rules because they are attempting to steal market share from Twitch. Guy on Twitch who asked, no, Emperor is not on Twitch. So Twitch is setting the rules where they're like, you're allowed to multi-stream, but you cannot, like, here's the thing, because they're such a big corporation, they can't put it in just like plain simple English. And so the plain simple English would be like, hey, if you're gonna multi-stream, don't ignore Twitch. But people need firm guidelines about that because many people are doing this as like a business rather than just, hobbyist where it's just all happening in good faith. And so the rule is you must interact with Twitch, I think, as much or more as you do with any other platforms, and you can't display YouTube chat on screen. That's why the on-screen chat bar is just Twitch, is because Twitch says I'm allowed to look at chat. I'm allowed to look at chat from both platforms in a mixed manner, but I'm not allowed to show both. I wonder how they police your interaction percentage between multi-stream chats, because we're definitely not reporting you for lack of interaction. It's got to be a bot AI somehow. I'm sure it is a thing of there's basically no chance they catch you unless a viewer reports you from it, and then it's just a thing they can hang you on once they investigate after the fact. And even then, if you're big enough, they won't do anything. I'm small enough that if they tried to get me with it, they would probably get me with it. I think once you have more than like 1,000 or something, they get worried about like cutting you, because then they just lose you to YouTube or Kick or whatever. I use YouTube chat so my cringy messages don't get immortalized in the VOD. That's smart, Maya. That is smart. And Terrence, thank you for the £2 super chat. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. What is your favorite Warhammer 40k faction, Legion/Chapter? I don't have a solid favorite because I've not gotten deep enough into Warhammer yet. I love the orcs, though. I love that they are so dumb that they can just reality warp around their own stupidity. All right, Eris, thank you for coming by. And Alec, I do understand at this point we are well past what anybody signed up for. We are gonna roast Emperor's deck now before we get any more far gone. CEDH Mono-Green Gates. Pick 2. We're gonna move on to plain simple Steve's deck. All right, let's see what the fuck you cooked up, Emperor. So CEDH Mono-Green Maze's End. I frankly don't believe you. I believe this is top 10 images that deserve to not be zoomed in. Top 10 images that deserve to not be zoomed in. This fucking Azusa face. Okay, so I believe that this is, you have taken Mono-Green Gates to its physical limit. You did the fucking Psychic Paper combo again? Okay, so this is crappy EDH Mono-Green Gates. Yeah, like I definitely believe you took this to its literal limit. But I sincerely doubt this could navigate a single CEDH game. Okay, so we get to play. My CEDH commander is I get 3 land drops a turn. So here we have our animators, which we do need because we have to do the whole animate a copied land to use Psychic Paper to give it a new name. And then we have Sunfrill to do the same thing. We have Gaia's Cradle under assorted good stuff. Decent. Sure. Whatever. So recursion. So do we have interaction? A little bit, barely. We're not fighting on the stack, but green never is. Green is always just like praying to God. Everybody else uses their interaction, and then they, you know, ram their combo through and hope for the best. We have a tutor for Psychic Paper. I'm a smooth brain bracket 3 player. What's the Psychic Paper combo? Your brain is actually too wrinkled for the Psychic Paper combo, Bobby. The Psychic Paper, this is like a CEDH deck built around a bracket 1 dream. Because Psychic Paper is you put it on a creature and you pick a new name for the creature. The way it works for gates is you can take a land. So we can take like Thespian Stage. We can copy one of these other gates. This will give Thespian Stage the land type gate, which is important. Then we use an animator. We turn Thespian Stage into a creature. Once it is a creature, we equip Psychic Paper to it. Psychic Paper will give it a new name, but it will retain the land type gate, and so will then count for Maze's End because it will be a differently named gate. There's no way this beats Magda. There's no way Magda even notices this deck. This is CEDH because everyone else at the table won't take it seriously. Yeah, ultimate mental play. I slam the worst thing you have ever seen in your life in front of you, and you ignore me. All right. So I'm gonna do my best to try to make this work. I don't think we can keep this hand because we have an ETB tap. We have Maze's End, but an ETB's tapped, so we have no way to get any mana. So we're gonna free mulligan. We have Gaia's Cradle and Mox Opal. These actually tap for no mana. We can exile the Spirit Guide to get 1 mana, which I don't think is enough to save the playtest. So we're gonna go down to 6. We have 3 lands. We have 3 lands. We can search. Oh, we have 4 lands. And we have Mana Vault. Okay. The face when the table's most definitive interaction is to look at you questioningly like you're lost and speaking a language they don't understand. So we're going down to 6 with this deck. I think we try it, and I think we dump... I honestly might even dump Urza's Saga here. I feel like the creature... Like, I feel like green matters. I don't know what artifact we would tutor other than Mana Vault. Oh, is Psychic Paper and Urza's Saga target, though? Because if Psychic Paper's and Urza's Saga target, we may legitimately move... Two mana, okay. You go under the radar like a nuclear sub, and if the other 3 players don't win turn 4, you might pull the win. The deck is actually just a vulture. The deck is actually just a fucking Call of Duty camper. And you're hoping... So you're praying. You are praying that you play with 3 turbo decks, and they all shoot each other in the head. And then you're waiting there when the cops come, and you proudly declare that you handled the bad guys. I'm going to move Urza's to bottom. Turn 1. We can Worldly Tutor. I think we... I think we just dump. We're gonna pretend. Oh, we tuck Cradle. Okay. I'll get Urza's back out. I'm going to pretend that everyone else at this table is blind. They're not going to try to stop us. They're not going to do anything to stop us. So we Urza's Saga and we Mana Vault. Next turn. We do that. We play Azusa. Gate. So we could play this first. And I think we're floating... So we're floating a colorless. We play this gate as our 3rd land so it comes in untapped. Then we can Realms Uncharted. Give me 4 gates. Oh wait, 2 go into my fucking graveyard. So they dump these. We have Veil of Summer. Okay, so we can at least like try to protect some of our spells. So now we get to tutor for an artifact. What fucking artifact is gonna save us? It's not you. Skull Clamp can't do anything because we don't have creatures. I don't think getting more mana is gonna do it. Oh, 2 gates, Gaia's Cradle, Ancient Tomb. Okay, true. So you trick them into giving you the... Oh, I'll do top. Top seems like the best thing. So these will go in the deck. I will get Gaia's Cradle. And I'll get Ancient Tomb. I've gotten top to field. This gets sacrificed. I'm floating 1 colorless mana. I will use it to top. Okay. Okay. Potential. I top. I play this. I play this. I play this. We're up to 5 gates, turn 3. Oh, Mana Vault's tapped, right? We take 1 damage. I don't really think we want to tutor, and so we pass the turn praying to God that nobody else at the CEDH table is trying to win the game of CEDH. We play this. Repeat the top strategy. Mana Vault stays tapped, but it doesn't matter because we're not using our mana. We play this. We top. Lotus Veil can't save us. We probably put Inventor's Fair on top. Get that out. Play it. Sack it. I mean, do we... Yeah, we're going to show off Psychic Paper because we're going to assume that we're playing into idiots. We're going to assume we're playing into people who have not even conceived of the notion that I might win a game of Commander. Oh, we grabbed the... Oh, you want me to play a good card? You want me to play the One Ring? You want me to use... Are you sure? Are you sure you want me in the mono-green CEDH Gates deck? Are you sure you want me to get a good card instead of getting another fucking gate? So we'll say we get this instead. We can't. We don't have enough fucking artifacts. We can't even use Inventor's Fair. My fault. Because we have to control 3 artifacts, which we have 1 of, and we will go up to 2 of once we get the fucking top back on this turn. So we top. Okay. Okay. This is like an okay order, I guess. We're turn 6, by the way. The Stacks player is getting devastatingly close to killing us. We Mox Opal. God. We could Vesuva. But I think at this point... Try not to show off the win until you have it. Brother, all we are showing off is our train collection. Okay. So we have Amulet of Vigor. We have Maze's End. This, I'm going to try to keep this. And we have a copier. This has to be about as good as it gets. Amber, potentially, I need to see how quickly the other roasts go because we spent a clear hour having a big old talk about pronouns and being kind and mindful on the internet. The C in CEDH in this deck stands for can't. Okay, so we don't care to awaken, but we Amulet of Vigor. We get to add green. We put our fungus down. We are interacting. We can blow up a Mystic Remora or perhaps a Rhystic Study. Turn 3. We will choose none. We will tap out for Azusa. And then I don't think playing this helps us. We play this. We tap it for open the gates. We get any gate, probably. We rip a gate. We rip Oracle of Moldiah. Now we can play with the top revealed. Holy fuck. We would have to sacrifice a gate, so I don't know about playing Lotus Veil, but I almost want to play it just to get it off the top of our library. Oh, untapped lands only. Jesus. Okay. So Ancient Tomb. We can only play lands. So we Ancient Tomb, we Lotus Veil, sacking our 2 basic forests. We have 1,000,000 mana. We play Maze's End. We use Lotus Veil to Maze's End. The table is now aware of our devious plot to win this commander game in 20 years' time. So we play Mirage Mirror in case that helps us with something. On our next turn, we can now play 5 lands this turn. So we play Wooded Foothills. We play Maze's End. I have no clue. For the first time in my life, I cannot imagine what is Green Sun Zenithable that does anything for us. So we Maze's End. Let's see. Once, if we're tracking the mana for this. So I spent, let's say, 1 and... Hold on. We're gonna take a real turn, gang. Everybody buckle the fuck up. So before we do any of this, I spend 1 colorless and 1 green. I play Explore. That got us Green Sun Zenith. We can play 5 lands this turn. I play Maze's End. 3 mana, I bounce it back to hand. I get a gate. I play Mycosynth Gardens from top. I have 3 more lands I can play this turn. I can play 2 more lands this turn. I use this 3 mana to gate again. Now up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gates. I tap this for 2 to float 6 mana, and we gate 2 more times. Okay, Cookery. Gateway Plaza. How are we out? We should only have 7, right? There's supposed to be... Evan Parker, this motherfucker, Emperor is not on fucking bind. I promise you that. Oh, nothing. We have 8. We have 8 gates. So we have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So where's the 8th one? Oh, Thrawn Portal. Thank you. We grab Thrawn Portal. Now we still have 3 mana floating. Playing lands from our graveyard is very whatever, so I'll just get a forest. Next turn. That is probably some of the hottest cooking this deck can do. I have to be... Oh, Planar Nexus. Okay. Does this work? Does this work on field, though? And then we go Sun... So we Green Sun Zenith for Sunfrill Imitator. and then we fucking scoop it up. So we have Green Sun Zenith. We have a land animator. We draw a card, and we put this into the battlefield just so that we can top, and we'll play Voltaic Key 2. I'm going to pay 3 to look at the top 3. All of these don't do it. Or no, crop rotation. Crop rotation does do it. So we will put Autumn's Veil second. All right, more cookery. I tap Sensei's Divining Top. I immediately tap Voltaic Key to untap it. I tap it again. Oh, but it won't work the way I want because it still goes here and then I draw it. But then I can play it again, tap it again, draw that. Now I Autumn's Veil. I crop rotation for a copier. I awaken the land that I've copied, like Vesuva or whatever. Sunfrill Imitator copies Vesuva, which is a gate, and then we have to Inventor's Fair. We can't use the land copier, won't do it. Holy fuck, this deck is so bad. Holy fuck. Holy shit, man. Bro pulled up to NASA. Bro pulled up to NASA with a fucking Lego set. You still need new name on the land copier. Oh, so we need both. Oh, it only copies dinosaurs. God damn it. Okay. Okay. I think you've done your very best. Like this is 100%. You've pushed mono green gates. You've pushed mono green Maze's End to its absolute limit. The playtests we have done are turn 7 or later. If your opponents are not interacting with you at all, you get to win. Which is like you are cooking microwave tinfoil. I would call this like I would call this bracket 3, honestly. I would call this bracket 3. I don't think it's impossible that you win. I'm gonna depart from chat and say I don't think it's impossible that you win a game of CEDH, but it is, if you win a game of CEDH, it's because the other 3 people got forced into a shootout by virtue of you don't have a win con, or you don't have a reasonable win con, and you also have no interaction. Like, I know for a fact if you sit down at a CEDH tournament, you make the player who has the most interaction shit their pants because the table has to like carry you against the turbo player. If a turbo player sits down, you're just like, so guys, I don't count. Just so we know, in case you weren't aware, I'm Casper the Dirtly Ghost for this entire game. Okay? Are we cool with that? Are we cool with Casper the Dirtly Ghost? Nothing we did. We sacked 2 basic forests. And so I think it can probably steal, like if you Little Bean, I don't even think you have to Little Bean. I think totally correct threat assessment is every other deck at the table totally ignores you. So I'll give you a point in that the magical scenario you have to set up to win is achievable in the sense that the first step is you have to not get targeted, and nobody with eyeballs is going to target you. However, if anybody wants to win sooner than the heat death of the universe, you probably don't make it. So you don't like have to little bean that hard. You definitely like little bean a little bit. Maybe if the game's gone long enough for you to actually try to win, then yeah, you have to cover the fact that you're gonna win the game. But for the most part, it really seems like you have to pray that the other players get into a stack war and nobody's trying to win on board. Because if anybody, like not even turbo decks, but if somebody just hits you with like Winota and starts beating you to death, cooked, right? I do like that the deck does feel like it has a lot of internal agency. It feels like there's a lot of sneaky little creative feeling things you get to do. I think the problem with it is those just straight up don't matter at the CEDH level. Probably a very fun bracket 3 deck. Definitely convinces everybody at a bracket 3 table that land destruction is actually cool and based. I don't think it reaches into CEDH, and so it might just be like, this is bracket 4 technically, please don't make me play with those monsters, they're gonna beat my ass again. Because even the other decks that normally want to steal a win can normally like try to interact with at least one win attempt. We didn't even do the token attempt at slowing down what the other CEDH decks were doing. We're not even have collector. Oof. I had help building this for my brother who regularly plays CEDH, and that is expressed by the fact that you have the like 20 CEDH essential cards in there. I think the premise is un-CEDHable. So it's not a hey, great try, you haven't quite gotten there. It is, wow, I did not realize you could build a boat out of shit. It's not that great a boat, though. That is the final assessment. Not that you have done something wrong in the building process, but your base material was so onerously bad. I do not think there is any way to make this work as a like actual attempt at CEDH. I just think this is like the best possible version of Azusa tries to win with Maze's End. All right, the pre-roll demons are back, so we are going to have to hit a manual ad break on Twitch. We will be back in 3 minutes. Plain simple, Steve, are you here, or have I missed you 4 times? And then, Depressed Robot, are you here, or have I missed you 4 different times? We'll be right back, everybody. Okay. Oh, audio buzz. Hold on. See if that's any better. For next month, do you want mono red gates, mono black gates, or redone mono white gates? Let me see the redo of mono white. Does the chair come pre-stanked or does it get washed before shipping? It's none of you are getting it. Also, Suiko Baj, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. We also have some follows to catch up on. Wiggy McSwiggity, Maxa Carnahan, The Passionate Soul, Doomteller 88, Not a River, Blue Angel, who we did get, 100% Not a Crusader, Voodooed 332, Johnny the Man, and BRDN TTV, as well as Animus Control, Mills Uprising, and Calypses. Thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse. Mira La La La, thank you for the Twitch follow as well. Boo, the chair was funnier? Who fucking said that? Die. To Ohio. To Ohio. You can watch the chair in hell. Alright, let's bring them back. And then we have so Debo, I know you're here. Sudsy Boy's still here. So we're gonna do Sudsy Boy yet. We're doing Sudsy Boy next. And then we're gonna do Debo after that. If I were to add Awakening of Vitu-Ghazi, even though my brother said it would be too slow, what should I replace? Put 9 counters? What should you replace? Okay, let's look at this and see what is doing the least work for you. Oh, thank God you have at least one pseudo control piece. I'm not crazy up on Grim Monolith, I'll be honest. Because it seems to me like if you could pay for Grim Monolith's one of those things where if you could pay for it, you can probably pay for Azusa, and that can probably get you enough mana. And if you can't pay for it, you're probably fucked. Just because I have not seen a way that this deck is utilizing infinite mana particularly well. So I think this is probably the best card that is the most distended from the rest of your game plan. I was also considering Kamal's Druidic Vow. Deck thinning. Look at the top X. Ooh, it's, if this wasn't, it could be like twice as expensive, and if it was instant speed, I would believe it. If it would, but sorcery speed is like, you tap out to let the table know that you have no fucking plans. Other things we could get rid of. Amulet of Vigor did a ton of work. I think all these don't do a ton of work, but are hyper necessary. gosh. Maybe like Lotus Veil or Lotus Field. Or actually probably... Runic Armasaur seems like if you play into Thrasios, greatest thing ever, and if you play into literally anyone else, this is just a 2/5 dinosaur. So I'm not totally sold. I think Runic Armasaur is like a card you keep off to the side, and when you're doing tournament prep and you're looking at the other deck lists, if you see a lot of Thrasios pairs, then you put... Oh, it hits... That's not true. It says creature or land, which the One Ring is not. And so if you are doing that, I welcome you into the Hall of Fame for cheaters who are banned from competitive play, because it certainly does not hit the One Ring. Oh, actually, you know what? This hits basic lands too. If we're let's do lying. Yes, if we lie, this hits every commander when you cast it. Yeah, I don't know enough about CEDH to know too many of the common cards. So if there is a creature that is that's getting activated all the time. Oh, fetch lands. Okay, it hits fetch lands. That one, yeah, that one I will allow. That's a good angle. Fuck it, man. Cut a land. Who cares? It taps. It's like, I get it. Everything blends together. Everything blends together after a certain point. I get it. I do think it's very like maybe if you add this only because the sorcery speed is tough. I can't think of a time you wouldn't need to. It's really tough to Little Bean if this gets a good hit. If this gets a bad hit, you let the table know that you're not doing anything, which sometimes is useful and sometimes will motivate the turbo player to repossess your home. But if you tap out and it's good, then all of a sudden everyone's going to hold up interaction and you're not going to be able to pretend, and you're not going to be able to slide under the radar. Like if you floated enough mana for this to be good, then the entire table goes, oh fuck, we're about to lose to Maze's End. We've all got to come together and kill this guy. So the more I speak about it, I would err on the side of not putting Kamal's Vow in, just in general. Hi, I'm finally able to join a stream. Been watching your videos / shorts and love the content. Thank you, Deloru. Welcome to the stream. We just finished looking at Mono-Green Gates, allegedly CEDH. And now, we're going to move on to Sudsy Boy's deck, which is spooky, scary. Sudsy Boy, in place of a deck list, I just have the form link. Do you have the deck list on you? And can you either put it in Twitch chat or send it to me right now, and then I can just pull it up. Thank you kindly. Bring your friends back to the summer of 2019 in everyone's favorite format, Modern. Modern Horizons has just dropped, and WotC has graciously gifted us with the ability to cast a 0 mana 8/8 Trampler on turn 2. Thank you, Wizards! This deck is a deck built around casting the Gak for very little mana and using the fact that we have a 0 mana 8/8 that we can cast from our graveyard for all the dumb things that such a card would allow us to do. We sack, we attack, and the Gak always comes back. Have a good nap, Emperor. Thank you for coming by the stream and for your submission. All right, Plan A, Gak combos. Plan B, drain the table. Plan C, tokens. Plan D, Voltron beatdown. This is good. I thought this was going to be Plan A. Not sure if this is a 3 or a 4, and my main goal is to get thoughts on it to make that determination and adjust cards appropriately, as I want this to be a... Okay, so this is a Gen Pop deck, and you want to be clear about how strong it is. Now, I think Hogaak has gone through a couple phases of memery, where in Modern, obviously, ruined the vibes, pooped in the hot tub, everyone was upset. In Commander, for a while, people were like, oh wow, this is so bad, because it's just an 8/8 against people that have really high life totals. And now we're going to come back around again if this entire deck is Aristocrats combos. Because what black cares very much about is putting things in the... Green, too, is putting things in the meat grinder and how much meat they had. So I can already see the Bimbofication altar, where we can use Hogaak's power to either mill ourselves or mill somebody else. With Jared, making everyone lose 8 is like... If we can't buff their power at all, it's not great, but it is possible. But this is the real shit. Like Life's Legacy. Golgari, I draw a million. That'll do something. I don't know about this one. My friend Jim said I was dumb if I didn't run it in a self-mill deck, but I think he's wrong. Listen to Jim. Why don't you like playing every land in your deck for 4 mana? If you're doing primarily a self-mill combo, this is fucking 4 mana. I play every land I own. So let's see the primer. What are the combos? Hogaak. Mana. So if Thrinax entered the battlefield this turn, sack Gak to alter, trigger Thrinax, make 8 Saprolings. Convoke Gak from yard with 7 Saprolings. So we have infinite colored mana. Oh, on ETB. Oh my god. ETB replace Hogaak with Saprolings. Okay, but classic Golgari issue of I have infinite mana. I cast Fiend Artisan. Oh shit, my other win cons are gone, but I have Hogaak and 7/1/1, so it's all good. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain trample and +X/+X, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Okay, so I definitely... We want mill spells to enable Gak on turn 2/3. Payoff for an 8/8 well before you normally should. Alright. We can also sacrifice something to make 8 tokens. Tap 7 of them to convoke Gak from yard. Sack 4 to pay for... Oh, so we need, in every situation, we need Phyrexian Altar, and then we need some way to turn Gak's power into creatures. Infinite 1/1s, infinite colored mana, infinite power, infinite burgers, infinite french fries. This is fucking disgusting. So we sack Gak to greater good, draw 8, discard 3, we net 5, discard 4 to make 2 zombies. So we can draw, so we have a draw through our deck. Okay. This feels to me like a 4 because it's complete cheatery. I think a lot of your infinites don't necessarily happen super quick, but they can happen super quick. Why the never mind, you're a 2. My fault, goat. You were a fucking 2. Get the fuck out of here. Cultivate. What are your game changers? What are we lining up next to the cultivate? Oh, do we have... I like that. I like game changerless 4, though. That pleases me. But cultivate is like... Cultivate is fucking hilarious. I think... maybe this can make sense depending on your curve. Like maybe you have so many different things that you want to do. Maybe you have so many different things that you want to do on turn 2 that hitting ramp on turn 3 makes sense for you. Maybe that's like, maybe cultivate is your like, I've given up, I'm settling to just little bean for a while. Okay, so we have a million ways to capitalize off Gaksack. We have a million ways to mill ourselves a little bit. This actually looks like it'll run pretty well. That's the game winner right there. We take our free mulligan. Okay, we have ramp, we have mill, fuck it, I'm running this. We ring it up. We head shredder. We mill 4 cards. Excellent. I didn't even want a win con or our recursion. I have been summarily punished. I crew head shredder. I attack with a 5/5 on turn 3. Holy fuck. God hates us. We play this. We mill 4. What in the fuck? How many lands do we have? How many lands do we have? Okay, we can put an artifact, creature, or land. Well, we get the Disciple. Chill as. Chill as. Okay, we have Zombie Infestation, but the graveyard's full enough for Gak, so fuck your win cons. I get back Hogaak. I don't have mana for Disciple of Fraelis. I do have Life's Legacy. I sacrificed the Gak. I play this land. I fucking cultivate. Since that's apparently what we're doing in the high power Hogaak combo deck. I move to discard. I'll discard the Grave Troll. I will Assassin's Trophy something out of spite. And I will discard this swamp. On my next turn, instead of drawing, I will mill 6. I will get 3 tapped lands to the field because of my bullshit Head Shredder card. I exile my entire graveyard to get Hogaak back out. And now, if I greater good, I have a loop, right? Greater good plus infestation is one of the loops because I sack Hogaak. I draw 8, and then like I just discard. I discard 3 random cards. I'm up 5. I start making 1 zombie, 2 zombie, and then I start like convoking and delving, and then this just, and then I draw and then I draw my entire deck, and then I hopefully murder you. Okay. That is actually making me dimmer on Head Shredder, but that is just 1 playtest. So this playtest, we tomb, mill 3. Same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here we just have the fucking combo. But is it worth it to rip Hogaak out yet is my question. Probably not. Because we can Boseiju. So I'll exile these 2. And then I will actually just pay for, or no. So 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We're going to pay for Hogaak like this. I'm going to life from the loam. Get these remaining 3 lands back. Whoops. Now we can Takanuma. We have to play one of these, which I'm worried about threat level, but we play... Oh, can't spend mana, right. Can't mana the Gak. So we end up... 2 of these would have been exiled. We life from the loam 1 back instead. Maul, does running 29 lands counting MDFCs okay in bracket 3 or I will die? That is a curve question, Inc., not a okay in bracket 3 in general. There's plenty of decks that can even run in CEDH with under 30. It depends on how much mana you need to play the game. What's up, Steven Universe? Welcome to the chat. So I think turn 5 we win. Turn 4 we play one of these 2 things, and then we hit the like zombie infestation, greater good loop. I think the worst part about this deck is it is very frail. You do appear very much to be like a movie monster where you are big and scary, but you have some like secret flashing weak point in your Grundle that they can hit you in, which is namely somebody shoots either of these. I don't know if I believe in Worm Harvest. Even in a grindy game, this seems weird to me because it does not feel like, on the playtest we've done, it does not feel like I'm generally getting to be hyper selective about what I'm discarding. It feels like most of the time it's just, hey, what do I have? That's getting exiled. Like there's very little ability to we fetch something, hey, cultivate clutch. Like there's very little ability to pick and choose, oh, I want to save this, I want to keep this, I'm gonna use this for later. It's just like, where the fuck is Hogaak? Get that man out here, feed him whatever he needs to get out here. So like we can, now we're super stuck. We don't even want to return any lands. Oh, we don't have them. But even if those were all lands, we don't want them back. And now we just like pass and wait. Oh yeah, this is cute. This is mad cute. All right, Head Shredder. Real. We just play value pieces because we own them. There's the problem. There's the problem. We are a white man that has never experienced hardship before. So it's So when it's going, it's good. We have basically nothing to unstick us. Is this even worth flipping? Or is this just like neuron activation? Mill 2 cards. Maybe we get some recursion. Maybe as a chump blocker. This seems pretty cute. This seems pretty cute. Let's look at 29 creatures. Doesn't feel like it's particularly low, but in all of the playtests, it really felt like convoking was fake news. Like we had no way to rely on the convoke trigger, and it was mostly, hey, I'm going to I'm gonna pray to God that I have a pretty full graveyard. Where was the thing that we saw? Where was ran through? Bring that motherfucker up front. Okay, so this is very, very cute, even at any bracket. If we're not going to Voltron, if we're not going to be Voltroning Hogaak at all, this just says, hey man, I have an 8/8. And then it doesn't do anything meaningful for your game plan, which at bracket 3, you can have a couple bad pet cards. Bracket 3, you're still allowed to have a couple bad pet cards that you just think are particularly cute. I think Ran Through is one of the, like, not very good and is mostly just cute. I think Quag Feast is kind of the same. Being able to hit planes, like, let's walk through the situations in which this card's going to be good for you. It does let you mill, which matters. If the milling is not already going super well, then, or if we've had to, like, delve out a lot of our graveyard for Hogaak, then this is just fell but worse outside of the mill 2. Okay, we have Protect Hogaak. It's removal that also mills for only 2 mana. How is that bad? By reading the words on it. This is very like bracket 3, but not bracket 4. Based on what I saw in those 2 playtests, I think the deck is overselling how full its graveyard is going to be. Its graveyard is going to be very, very full in the worlds in which they are already winning the game of Commander, in which case Quag Feast is probably unnecessary because we are too busy comboing off in their dumb, stupid faces. And in the situations where we aren't running... In the situations where the mill isn't going well, if we want to play at bracket 4, we probably need something at instant speed more than we need mill 2 plus do a normal thing. Satyr Wayfinder is in here. Undead Butler is at least a chump blocker. I am inclined to agree that Skull Prophet would probably be good for us. Oh, thank you, George. I appreciate that. Okay. We have Deathrite Shaman. Probably works out in this deck. So alright, let's start milling. Fuck all those cards. Grizzly Salvage. Fetch land. Fetch land goes away. I get a basic forest because I don't give a fuck about anything. So if we look at that situation, if we have Quag Feast in hand, I doubt that we particularly care to Quag Feast. Well, if we have it, how many would we have ended up with? Does it care about type of... It's total cards. I'll say borderline, but can stay. Oh, Delve only plays... Oh. Oh, no. Oh, this deck is so much worse than I thought. Oh, boy. So we turn to... do that. Next turn... all those go to bin. We Stitcher's Supplier. So even now we can't cast... Okay, so we can play this, and then with Convoke and Exile, we exile everything but Greater Good. Now we can do it. We sack this guy for a basic land. And now we're on Operation Hurry Up and Wait. We probably pay the 3 or whatever to get Court of Calling back. Eternal Witness. Give me my fucking win con back. Okay. What I do like is a lot of the things that work in this deck feel like cookery. I think the people watching you play this deck have fallen asleep many, many turns ago, and that is going to create your opportunity to try to win the game out from underneath them. I think the deck is... in any other color, I would call this irresponsibly low, but the deck is very typically low on good interaction in favor of more things that let you pick up 20 cards at once. Like Assassin's Trophy, just straight up good interaction. Endurance, shut the fuck up. Grist the Hunger Tide, not great interaction. Like most of our interaction is we tried to double dip really, really hard, which is probably okay for bracket 3, and will just make you lose a lot of games where you don't get to participate in bracket 4. Playing in bracket 4, the most common play pattern is between turns 1 and 3, everybody is trying to stick at least one really important permanent for them to play around, and then like turns 4, 5, 6, it's just straight up win attempts. And so if a lot of our interaction is going to require setup on top of it and is going to be limited in what it hits, we're very, very obsessed with this being Hogaak puts you in a cutscene and not my deck interacts well. So like revitalizing Repast, I like, because you're protecting your own win con. Terra Sunder I like, Assassin's Trophy I like, even Canker Bloom is at least a chump blocker that can then be leveraged to get rid of a problematic permanent. But the poster child of everything wrong with this deck, or everything that is making this deck exist in two worlds at once, is the ram through, because the ram through is going to give you creature removal if you have Hogaak. if you don't have Hogaak, all your other guys fucking suck at fighting. Everybody but Hogaak is just a Hogaak cheerleader. They can't punch because their hands are in big foam fingers that said, I love the Gak. Now, like, a lot of the card draw we're doing, we do still need because we have to, like, bust up to our win cons. Now we had a lot of other Golgari motherfuckers shouting in chat about Underr Lich, which if you would draw, look at top 3, put 1 into hand and rest in graveyard. I personally believe that this is better specifically than Worm Harvest. I think Worm Harvest, like a critical thing to understand about having a bracket 4 deck is if you have a bracket 4 deck, you don't actually have 99 cards. You have a couple combo packages, and then you have a bunch of random dipshits who are being paid minimum wage to support your combo package. Worm Harvest, I cannot imagine a sequence of events that makes this a good card other than it's been way too long since you last watched hentai and you're taking that out on the table. Because if you have a ton of lands in your graveyard, you should probably be using them to play Hogaak. If you have Hogaak out, you should probably be trying to leverage him to draw a ton of cards. Or, like, the things that turn... Underr Lich dies to removal. Not very true. Not very true. Like, everything dies to exile removal, to most of the very common removal in Commander. Underr Lich is harder to remove than almost any other creature. Because kill spells don't hit it. Exile removal will still hit it. But it's still just... Underr Lich seems to me like a grinder card. Like, this is, I haven't won by the time I have 5 lands in play, and because I haven't won by the time I have 5 lands in play, I need to have good I need to only be hitting good cards now. Like, the world, I just can't think of how does the game have to play out where Worm Harvest feels like a good play, versus I can see a ton of games where Underr Lich feels like a good play, but it's typically if, like, I had to keep a hand that wasn't great for early Gak, or if my early Gak attempts get stopped. This guy feels like a tremendous number 2 to pick up the slack if the game has done kind of bad. Worm Harvest feels like a word cloud. I picked this card because I like having full graveyards, and full graveyards make me happy. I'm also not totally sold on... I'm halfway there on these two equally attractive creatures, Achik and Azoni. Kind of for the same reason as Worm Harvest, where I'm struggling to feel really sold on things that generate a bunch of 1/1s that aren't part of the combo when we don't have good overrun. We have the Yugimoto Destiny draw. Hey, I have this one piece of overrun in case everything else has gone wrong. But if we're not doing Finale of Devastation, if we're not doing other things to help the overrun plan come through, these seem really, really expensive to terminate in. I have 1/1s that don't do anything. Maybe Azoni as a grinder card, because we can at least pay mana to sack stuff. If you don't trust in the heart of the card, that's just a skill issue. True, this is a green deck, and so God will always put its best card on top. I'm talking about if one day you were going to play real Magic. So I'm side-eyeing Achik. I'm thinking a lot of things about Azoni. Jarad's Order. Maybe. This feels awkward. If we had 2 Dredge creatures, I would be like 100% yes. You play this and you tutor for both Dredge creatures, but I think we only have 1. To my knowledge, we have the troll who lives under the bridge and mills all your cards, and then we don't have... We have White of the Reliquary. They are on probably the best Golgari 2-drop in the fucking game. Well, you have the troll in here. So, like, if we don't have... Oh, Golgari Thug. Yeah, like, I think if you get this guy in the deck, and then you put Jarad's Orders in on top of it, then you suddenly have, I tutor a Dredge card into my graveyard, and I begin just dumping on him. And I just dump so hard. And then I get to play the other one, and I get to use that guy as a convoke tool. Let me talk to you. Because I said your boy Jim was right. I think Jim and myself both got tricked by the pundits. We were both tricked by the analysts. In the playtests, this triggered a couple times. It never did crazy work, and I don't think it does crazy work in the most common scenarios. I think there's a couple situations in which this looks like the best card in your deck, but I think more than you want Head Shredder. Let's talk to me about a big ball. Talk to me about this big shiny ball, which if we put the ball in, then Head Shredder probably has to come back in, because Mesmeric Orb plus Head Shredder is going to rip such insane amounts of ass. But in terms of, like, I want to stick Orb was on the list, but I didn't include it to keep it in the 3-4 borderline. So, Suds, the thing about fences is that they're not meant to be sat on. Maybe you like the pressure down there, but being on the borderline of 3-4 is not where you desire to be. We probably want to angle you towards 4 or angle you towards 3, rather than, oh, I want to try to stay. Yeah, listen. We can disabuse them of their notions about Mesmeric Orb being broken before, after we talk about whether or not it's worth trying to straddle the fucking bracket system. But, like, I think, like, when you build a deck, I think what interaction with Mesmeric Orb makes us feel like this is either too crazy or not crazy enough. Because in the context of most hands you get, this to me says for 2 mana, I get to mill 2. Which is not the best, but it at least does something. Like, or mill 2 because I played it. And then every turn I get to mill more and more and more, which you generally care quite a bit about. You will cause emotional damage to people, but honestly, those people deserve it. I think if Mesmeric Orb is going to, like, brain break anybody playing at 3, they deserve to be brain braked. Scape Shift, boss. Not sold on Scape Shift. I think if there was something we were going to shore up about the deck, it would probably be the ability to generate Convoke creatures. So Suds, what are we hating on the orbs for? See, look at this dog shit card. This could be an orb. So we play that, we Satyr Wayfinder. We get a swamp, we mill our 1 overrun win condition. Turn 3, mill 3. So we're up to 6, we gack. Yay! And we'd played that already. We Phyrexian Tower. We'll say creature goes into hand. So we get Fiend Artisan, we get Disciple. These two go into the graveyard. Play Fiend Artisan, doesn't really do anything. I'd like to see if you think Urg Spawn of Turg is a decent include. Absolutely not. I think three pip specific mana to get 1 Surveil is not great. Urg's power is going to suck unless we are already winning the game. Orb, I think, would push the deck to a 4. I think you are overestimating the impact of Orb, or you are playing at a table with no removal. I don't think Orb supercharges the deck enough to make it automatically broken. Like, we're not even playing... I'm not going to use the argument that we're not playing with a lot of tutors, because Orb would just be a tutor target anyway, so we'd be playing with Orb. But if we're talking about, like... Okay, maybe this is a better way to frame it. I think one of the best one-sentence Rule Zeros I like so far of online Commander shows is CGB's show, where they talk about what is the worst thing my deck can do, what is the best case scenario from this deck. And so if we talk about what is the best case scenario for the Hogaak deck, does Orb make that combo happen faster, or does it make the deck overall more reliable? Because if there are combos where turn 2 Orb is part of a curve out that gets you a new PR on how quickly your deck can win, then I think it's like, yeah, you're fundamentally changing how good the deck is. If it's not changing my fastest win condition, but it is shoring up the edges of everything I do, then it's not that it's changing your deck's power level, it's just making whatever power level you already were more consistent. Because saying, when you tell me, oh, I'm a borderline 3/4, what I hear is, I am an irresponsible 4. I am a 4, but I have not made the deck reliable enough that it always plays to its full potential. Kind of like an athlete that you would call a head case who has good days and bad days. If you think your deck is borderline, it's probably not borderline. It's just rough around the edges, but is really strong. And to my knowledge, although I am not very combo pilled, Orb would not turn any of these combos, would not make these combos happen differently or faster when they were already lined up to happen, but it would make the deck's overall game plan much more reliable, which matters a lot, because then maybe you do just have a 4. Alaron, we have not looked at Crab's deck yet, because yesterday's stream had to be canceled. Do we lethal scheme? Am I crazy? So this is, I would say, I would put this above Quag Feast, but still on the cuter side of interaction. So if you want all your interaction to be cute, I would probably replace Quag Feast with Lethal Scheme. Should we be running Gather the Pack? This might be runnable. I think we care a lot about putting creatures into our hand off the mill based off the misunderstanding I had with the Convoke Burst Delve. Bitter Triumph is definitely better as just straight up removal Python. That's why I qualified the statement with if we want all of our interaction to be cute. If we want all of our interaction to be thematic to the Hogaak, if you will, then Lethal Scheme is fine. But if we want it to just be like, hey, what if I could just point at something and say bang? Then no. We'd keep like, yeah, Bitter Triumph or something. I am going to say Orthanc pretty slow for a deck that does not want to be put in a position to grind out value. This deck is playing more of like football. I think in most situations, Palantir of Orthanc is going to operate as a Phyrexian arena, which is not a bad card, but this deck looks like it wants to line up a situation, do a very fast and very game actions intensive win attempt. It's not being very mid-rangey, which Palantir of Orthanc is like mid-range all-star. Mid-range all-star could allegedly get you mill, but after you put the like first one or two counters on, it's not going to do a tremendous... It's just going to be draw an extra card every turn. We will do a quick cruise by of, yes, this motherfucker is in fact totally goddamn crazy, and you could replace any random 2-drop in the deck with Hermit Druid and the deck would get better, because this guy is goddamn insanity. So somebody mentioned Timeless Witness, which 1, Auga, 2, I like that it can be eternalized, but it feels so expensive as to be almost a waste, but I'm not totally against it. Osprey GB, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. We love when I'm able to catch a stream on time. Hermit Druid is amazing. It's so good for junding them out. Yeah, Hermit Druid's going to be crazy. 6 is already in the deck. I think World Shaper's too slow. We have a lot of people who are suggesting a lot of cards that do the like aftermath analyst thing. This is more grindy. This is more of a mid-range grind them out. This card is like Underr Lich territory of we would want to cast this turn 5, turn 6 if all of our plans were in shambles, which I think more 4s should play. I think there were a couple times we came up with like one of these Momentous Fall-esque cards into our hand when we didn't have a Gak to sacrifice and we did not have a path to get to Gak. So this is like Underr Lich, too slow for plan A, probably saves the game if plan A has failed, and you don't want to build your entire deck. Like, you want to build the deck around your plan succeeding, not your plan failing. But I don't think it's as slow as you think. And on these... Yeah, sure. 10 the pest we get Convoke for Hogaak, which is great. I'm staring at Grist. I'm staring at Grist. I know it mills us. I know it makes a chump blocker, but I'm staring at this motherfucker. No, not Cemetery Prowler. Now we're playing like desperately fair magic. Oh, no, I hit the 0 instead of the O. Okay, bitch. Okay. Yeah, this is way too cute. This is, somebody's playing this, like, against this player. So here's a fun card that says you lose on the fucking spot. I think that this puts us into... I think this puts us into, like, too many situations. Like, if we do Out of the Tombs... If we do Out of the Tombs, we probably have to be, like, hard 4, and we have to be totally convinced of our win condition. Because there's a ton of situations we get put in where maybe our creature's been delved away, maybe we have one creature, and if it gets hated on, or if we get Bojuka Bogged, we're just, like, turbo fucked. And a lot of our card draw is bursty. We're doing very little draw 1, draw 1, draw 1. We're doing a lot of draw 8. And so if we cast draw 8 and we have to go return 4, like maybe we hit the end of our library, return 4 creatures from grave to field or die, we just explode. We just fold inside ourselves, say sorry, blush, and then we walk away from the table in a not very kawaii manner. So I think if we were doing more, again, if we were more mid-rangey, we would love this card. Because we're not particularly mid-rangey, and we're very, very bursty. Oh, true, Endurance could stop that. Which we deterministically get to, right? Does Endurance just save the whole thing? Because in every situation, we should be able to Endurance in time to stop this. Awakening Zone's not in, and it's never going in. Motherfucker is colorless. For the Convoke part, we need colors super bad. This is like very, very do nothing. Stinkweed Imp Boss. So it has like Death Touch basically. Yeah, but it's a death trigger on ramp for Awakening Zone. Yeah, but chocolate makes me thirsty. Are we playing sentences that don't matter? I don't believe in Harrow and Enters Restoration. I think that's too, again, that's too mid-rangey. Like, we're trying too much to, a lot of the suggestions are too focused on how do we develop generalized value rather than being focused on how do we sprint to this fucking Hogaak combo. So maybe you put this in instead of Golgari Thug? I'm not sure. Because as soon as we start, as soon as we have included the infinites, it seems ridiculous to play to anything but the infinites. Yeah, 2 creatures, 6 cards in yard on turn 3. That's the goal. 100%. So if anything is not a creature or at least mill 3 that we can get by turn 3, probably not doing it. Yeah, Curimus, Bitter Blossom, also too grindy. Blex is for sure too silly. Or Blex is like, at that point in the game, that's not what we're on anymore. Like in this point of the game, we do this. Okay, we mill. We get Disciple of Bolas. We have 5 in the grave. That's pretty good for us. We do white, passage, 6 in the grave. And now we just need another creature, which we can play Fiend Artisan. So turn 4 we Gack, which is not as fast as we would like. I'm going to exile an additional thing. Oh no, but we don't even want to. So we tap these. Next turn. See, and now we have both of these, and we've just had to exile in our entire graveyard to get the Gack setup out. It would be good mid-rangey fuel for White of the Reliquary if we could cast either of these. But like now it's like, haha, we get Hogaak anyway. I'm gonna get some basics. Don't look at me. Please, please. Oh God, look away. No, my shame. My shame, my horrible shame. And then we fucking chill. But yeah, both of these situations, if we got Underrealm, let's pretend I play Underrealm Lich, and instead I untap and I get to go, which of these 3 do I need? I probably want Grist, because then I can Graveyard, Grist, and I'll tap out Disciple of Bolas, sack, draw 8, and now I get to make a ton of choices. And now I have like Golgari, Grave Troll, and then I'll flip Grist on the next turn. I do understand, playtesting the deck a lot, I do understand why you didn't do 2 mana ramp. Because 2 mana is, you would always rather stick one of these like mill creatures. I am confused as to why you don't have that one, I don't know if it's a shaman or not. Who's that one goddamn Golgari guy? It's like Skull Prophet. He doesn't seem like the best option, but he does seem like a great Swiss Army knife. I didn't like him on 2 mostly. Yeah. Because it is only... I think that's another thing of like, okay, but you have Glowspore Shaman. Hold on, never mind. I was with you, now I'm against you. Is it just an art thing? If you're just down bad for the Mushroom Girl, you can say that. If I'm playing that guy, the odds are high I'm not gacking on 2. I would say same for this bitch though, right? And Glowspore... Which means turn 2 Gack is possible. What did we play turn... Oh, so in the world of I could play... So Glowspore is better specifically in I have played Stitcher's Supplier on turn 1. Which I think that is too narrow a benefit for Skull Prophet to not take over as a better engine than Glowspore Shaman over the course of the game. Because if you're just trying to gack it... No, Grist turn 1 doesn't do anything. Grist is just a fucking guy. If you Grist turn 1, you just have a 1-2. The only thing I see in this... The only play I see in this deck that makes Glowspore Shaman convert into gacking on 2 is if I've played Stitchers, then I play Glowspore, and then I take... But, like, that's such a... It's not even... Fetch Grist, fetch Shaman, mill 3. And then Titania gives me a blowjob, and then the game is over. Yeah, congrats, bro. Like, that can happen, but the idea of I'm going to get double fetch lands and the 2 creatures that make that sequence of events possible seem much less reasonable than... Glowspore also makes turn 3 Gak much more consistent compared to Skull Prophet. That I do not think much more is that true, but I do think the opposite is true for later Gaks and later game plans happening. Because, like, you play Glowspore Shaman once. If you live in Magical Christmas Land, you get fast Gak. If you live in literally any other game, Skull Prophet just gives you so much overall value and enables so many Gak recasts so much faster than Glowspore Shaman. Like, let's see how long it takes us to get to Magical Christmas Land. That's one... Alright, 1 hand, no Christmas. 2 hands, no Christmas. 3 hands, no Christmas. 4 hands, no Christmas. 5 hands, no Christmas. 6 hands, no Christmas. 7 hands, no Christmas. I'm gonna keep fucking going. 8 hands, no Christmas. 9 hands, no Christmas. 10 hands, no Christmas. 11, no Christmas. 12, no Christmas. 13, no Christmas. 14, no Christmas. 15, no Christmas. Your kids are grown up, bro. Suds, Christmas is any hand that has Glowspore Shaman, and Glowspore Shaman enables turn 2 or 3. Can we settle for Thanksgiving? Yeah, let's look for Thanksgiving. And we get our draw. Okay. Here it is. We fetch. Sixteenth hand. We're at Thanksgiving. No fetch. We have Thanksgiving. We have turn 3 Gak. So 1 out of every 16 games, this will pay off for you. Is that the rate that you want for this to be a good card? That is a personal question for you, Suds. This is 1 in every 16 games. This becomes not a dead card. Would the other card have done it? Oh shit, Skull Prophet would have also done turn 3 Gak. If this was Skull Prophet, I mean, you could. The argument is like, oh, we wouldn't have drawn Circle of Land Druid, but if we had these 3 things on the board and we Skull Prophet and Circle, then it's 5 Engrave, Exile 5. Right, Skull Prophet can't convoke the turn at mills, but this board, if you trade out Glowspore 1-1 with Skull Prophet, same Gak speed. Like, I think you are overvaluing a potential situation that has such a slim chance of occurring that it's causing you to miss how much total graveyard value you leave on the table by not letting this be repeatable. Gak speed sounds horrendously sexual. I don't know, Jomi. See a therapist. That's not on me. Yeah, we're overvaluing the immediate Gak, and we're not valuing enough how good our overall graveyard is. The big thing is that Glowspore is one of the pieces that make turn 3 Gak a more consistent thing, but I do agree that Skull Prophet makes later Gaks better. Yeah, but I think this is like, oh, eating this one thing cuts my chances of getting cancer in half, and you're talking about a reduction from a 0.07% chance to a 0.035% chance. You're correct that it's making it more consistent. You may even be correct that it's making it more consistent by a great relative margin. My argument, in addition to overall value generation being good, is that the turn 3 Gak seems so unlikely that you playing around, oh, I'm going to make a turn 3 Gak 50% more likely, or turn 3 Gak specifically because of Glowspore is so unlikely that if I'm playing around making that the thing, it's like lottery tickets. Because this is like, okay, we have to keep that on top because that's a combo piece. Then we play this, we 1, 2, 3. So we don't have the turn 2 Gak. So maybe we would have played Ripples of Undeath, then turn 3 we played this guy. We still can't do it because we don't have the creatures. So this is actually, okay, I'll give you Thanksgiving here. Because in this situation, if Ripples specifically was Glowspore... Oh, we should play hands until Glowspore gets us turn 3 Gak and Skull Prophet doesn't. That's really the test. Because if Ripples was Glowspore, or if Ripples was Skull Prophet, we don't get a turn 3 Gak anyway, but Glowspore would get us turn 3. And this is again Stitchers in hand. So this is one of the chances, one of the Christmas situations of we have card A and card B in our opening hand. So I guess it depends also, like, is your table giving you free mulligans? Or are you just a cheater? Because if you're cheating at Magic with free mulligans, then playing around Glowspore is the thing to do because they're letting you do whatever. But like this hand, this is a hand where I would so much rather have Skull Prophet because we have one piece of mill. Yeah, turn 3 Gak is 2 ETB mill creatures. I think you're like, turn 3 Gak kind of sounds like your I benched 315 in high school thing. Where it's not impossible, but it feels more like a badge of honor than an actual desirable thing. Especially because we're not spending mana on Gak either. So we have what? 1 ETB mill, 2 ETB mills, 3 ETB mills, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 ETB mill creatures in the entire deck. We have 7 ETB mill creatures in the entire deck. And so the chance of getting 2 of them by turn 3, I'm not going to run the math on that, but I'm going to tell you it's a tiny number. And turn 3 Gak feels like more of a flex than anything else because we're not using our land mana. Like if we have a combo to set up for Hogaak, I think it sets up equally well if we resolve him turn 3 or turn 4. And turn 3 Gak just feels a lot like you're like blah, blah, blah. Well, ETB mill, sorcery mill we don't have the convoke mana, so we have to get 2 creatures anyway. Like, there's no world where we only have 1 creature in play and we can even cast Hogaak. And like, our curve is reasonable, but we do have a healthy desire for these like 4 to 5 mana spells that are really going to make it work for us. 7% Kilroy does line up about with the like 1 in every 15 or 1 in every 16 games we get to do it. So there isn't a world where, so maybe like you could also argue if Skull Prophet comes in, maybe it comes in for one of the sorcery mills, because getting 2 creatures is also necessary. So perhaps we shouldn't even be talking cut creature for creature. We should be talking cut shitty non-creature for creature. And that makes every GAC more likely. And so in that case, if we have a sorcery mill 4, I think probably Winding Way. I mean, DMC, I think that all falls into focus when we start considering how much they care about turn 3 GAC. Again, your experience is not universal. My experience is not universal. We have to realign this deck around the idea GACking as soon as possible is the most important thing in the world. So I would cut Winding Way for Skull Prophet then. And now that we've spent roughly 5,000 years on the deck, I will say this is tuned mechanic. I think we've gotten like, I think there's a little bit of greed, but I think the greed is angled towards turn 3 Hogaak, rather like most people greed out over big 8 mana splashy things. This person has greeded out over how fucking quickly can I resolve my manaless commander. No, MLP, that's the second deck. We need more premature Hogaculation. That's the deck. That's the title of the deck. Premature Hogaculation. Rename it right now. We do have to hit another manual ad break because we spent a long time in the weeds about what to cut for that deck. And then we're going to do Debo and Plain Simple Steve or Depressed Robot. If you are here, please sound off. Otherwise, non-subs be banished. Subs, it's going to be whole time after I use the bathroom. All right, guys. I called it too slow because I keep looking at the decks from the context of modern and my experiences with legal Hogaak, so playing 5 mana value pieces feels silly. Okay, that's very like 60 card versus commander. You know, turn 5, it's tough to win the game in commander unless you have like a board, you know, the whole combo assembled. Yes, Helios, I'm doing quite good. We're still a little bit scatterbrained. Just because of the lack of sleep, but I'm doing better than I had been. Yeah, Alaren, what the fuck? Why are you snitching? Also, Mavo, you're not getting shit. I renamed it if you want it for the thumbnail. Let me... There. Perfection. Perfection. Oh, we did a smasher pass. Smash. That one's for free. Land. I guess technically it's smashing me, but if you smash in the woods and there's no one around to witness it, no, I don't like that joke. Pass. Pass on having my organs kablooied. White bread, hit me with that personal question, my friend. We also have another random smasher pass from Starry Atlas. Nope. Big old pass. Big old pass. I do not want the flying rhino to get horny with me. Don't lie, Mauled. I'm not lying. Out of all the Phyrexian Praetors, who do you think has that shit on the hardest visually? It's clearly up between Elish Norn and Shieldred. I think Urabrask and Jin Gitaxis look cool, but I don't think they dress themselves. I think they just kind of like hang out. I think Elish Norn and Shieldred are the ones who are picking outfits. Like, Shieldred is making a personal decision about the daily bug armor. Elish Norn, new fit every... I'm gonna say Elish Norn, honestly. Like, Elish Norn has been to Milan. All of them have that shit on. But Elish Norn is out here with the snatched waist, with the new designer, fresh off the runway YSL every single time she shows up. Yeah, Switch, give me the hot take. Gumi, I have not played enough Yu-Gi-Oh! To have a top 3 archetypes. This is Vorinclex Erasure? Yes, it is. This card is fake. It's not real. Okay. Dear Lord, forgive me. Vorinclex would wear jorts. He's right. Well, they're right, and they should say it. Look at this thing. Look at this thing and tell me it wouldn't wear jorts. You can't say it with a straight face. Jordan Klex! Jordan Klex! We need an altar. We need an altar of Jordan Klex. Is Atraxa not a Praetor? No, she is technically not a Praetor, I believe. Are you calling Vorinclex the white boy Praetor? No, I'm calling him the white trash Praetor. This man lives deep in Appalachia. Okay, Debo, are you here? Yes, you are here. Debo, we're going to get you now. Debo has sent in a spooky deck. Everyone likes to draw cards. And it is the light to the EDH player's moth. And this deck is here to exploit it as hard as possible in the hopes we can get there before they can. I'm Googling spooky right now. One sec. In the early game, you want to keep your head down, amass color pips, as they are infinitely more important than colorless mana. Once you get Heliod out and flip it, play Group Hug. Never target a player with infinite hand size if you can help it. Use the burst of card draw to find one of your many payoffs before you begin nugging people over the head with a giant Godman. The wheels usually get more use as defensive measures if you fill up people's hands quickly. Wheeliod, a lesson in extreme couponing. Touch cards, I want free things. So when we play them, we can get an enchantment card back to our hand, or we can flip him to cost reduce our spells for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. Immediately I see a problem with your primer, but I'm going to give your deck a chance before I'm mean to you. Coveted Jewel is extremely funny. I'm on board. Cut a deal. I like that. We get a ton of cards. We get a ton of tax reduction. Don't like that. Right now we're just, what's the fluffer? We're fluffing for no reason right now. Timing restrictions are cringe. That's real if we're going to be doing a lot of fluffing. Spell costs blue, less to cast. Okay, this is, so this, wow. Holy fuck, is the wheel tech on this insane. Fascination. No, I'm not a massive fan of. If you would draw a card where your library has no cards in it, put 5 +1/+1 counters on Ormos. So one of your win cons is the big Sphinx lady sits on me. Where can I play against this deck, man? Well, just me and you personally. Where can I get this deck? Prosperity, each player draws X. Also don't like that. You and target opponent each draw 3. I can kind of see that one. May pay X. Don't like that one either. I guess it kind of Each one card I give the table makes every spell 3 less. I think that makes sense, but none of your... Okay, here's one card that's worth using that for. I'm just not convinced you have the mana dumps that makes that pay off against giving the table this much card draw. Like in my head, cost reduction... A cost reduction of 3 or a cost reduction of 6 versus a cost reduction of 9 is not actually that different, or it's not as meaningful as the difference between, hey, you all get 1 card versus, hey, you guys have a new hand to fuck up my shit with. I really don't like draw step other people get cards. At least the ones like Mine's Aglow, you are the one in control of the speed at which the crabs die. But when you're giving people extra cards just on their turn, that only helps if you already have a flash thing out. And I don't think we're running the tutors to have the flash things out. So it goes from, haha, I'm a trickster god, to like, hey, here's $5 from my wallet. Do you need me to help you move? Do you want an over-the-pants handy real quick? Oh, do you want my jacket? Yeah, you can have my jacket. Like, that's where we start to get, if we're just giving people cards unconditionally on their turns, and we don't. And 3 cards in the deck I don't think is the most reliable, even with all the cards you're going to touch. I don't think it's highly reliable that you're going to be able to capitalize on instant speed stuff. Oh, and these are all sideboard too. So what even is the... Like, what's the stuff that we get? What? See, this is not the curve of somebody cheating on their taxes. So the deck is an honest 2, sideboard is 3/4 shit. I don't even think this is like an honest 2 that's had all of its teeth pulled. This is like declawed cat 2 territory, because the only, without the stuff that I see in the sideboard, your only win condition is a probably approach or like maybe Chasm Skulker. So it's something out of this category. This is like getting close to 1, but it's not even under, it's not even a 1 under like, oh, I'm going to do a silly goofy premise. It's like, oh, I'm going to do this honest deck where I interpret honesty as refusing to play any good cards. Oh, Amber, thank you. Approach is good, but it's like we have 1 good win con, and then we have me being very afraid of playing good Magic. But let's test that theory. Let's actually go to the playtest, see what happens. So we get this, play a rock. Play Heliod. Flip him. Oh, he's a flash enabler. Never mind, I'm smoking crack. Okay, so the draw cards on other people's turn thing, actually, I still don't like it, because it's a cost reduction of 1 for a card, which is, and cards are worth more than 1 mana. So turn 4, we flip this guy, and, or we could have done Decanter 3 and then Phyrexian, so we have the most mana available turn 5. Yeah, and then turn 5, we... hang out. We could board wipe if we think the game's been getting a little bit too quasi. Majira Mangetsu, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I think our best option is probably to flash this in for 2 charge counters. Now we have 8 mana. I don't even... We play the Crawler? So 4/4 right now? See, I think your problem is you're too afraid to just be a green player and utilize your crushing mana advantage to actually get shit done. Like even at 2, even at honest 2, if you spend 6 or more mana on a spell, it should do quite a lot of bullshit. If people let you spend that much mana, it should be a big splashy thing that should be totally fucking terrifying. And right now we can draw a lot of cards. Archetype of Imagination. This card is what stands out to me as I'm afraid of actually being the threat at my table. Because we're not in a creature heavy deck. We have maybe 1 or 2 creatures that we care about giving flying to, but this is like 6 mana to just be like, guys, look at this, is such a clever card, but don't worry, it's not like that. I'm not going to have any big armies to hit you with. Like, if we get Chasm Skulker down first, or it like can give this one thing flying, that's decent. but it's turn 7 and we've dumped like 20 points of mana into making all of this happen. And now we just dump this because we need to refill our hand. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll leave 3 mana up if I draw something good. And it's just more lands and more ramp. Like, we've given ourselves the tools to make so much mana and reduce so many costs, and then we haven't given ourselves any bombs. Like, I think that decks like this, if we say we're doing extreme couponing, we need to have more. It should be like big here, fucking Valley. I want to see Death Valley in the 4 to 7 range, and then I just want you playing absolute dipshits. I want a lot of like artifact ramp. We have a healthy amount of lands already. And then you want like maybe X spells that will count in the 1 to 3 range, but you want X spells and you want honkers. Maybe the deck has approach. Little country. So I said honkers. Why did you follow that up with a 3/3? Why did you follow up we need honkers with the most average card in existence? I like it. My bad. My bad, go. I didn't realize you liked it. Yeah, like you need shit like Kozilek. If the table lets you, like, this is a rock, paper, scissors thing and not a just flatly too powerful thing. If you are just casting like 2 mana rocks, or you like wheel into Kozilek, if they don't have a removal spell, fuck them. If they do not have one single removal spell, they deserve to die. If you resolve a wheel, you basically cast it for free. Yeah, and if you have, listen, if I have spent, like, let's examine the series of events that has to happen for this like unfair thing to occur. We have to spend turn 2 or turn 3 ramping. We have to spend turn 4 playing Heliod. We have to spend turn 5 flipping Heliod. Turn 6, we play 1 wheel and then 1 ginormous creature for free. That is super normal in 2. Like, the Annihilator feels bad for 2, I won't deny that, but I did literally nothing, or I did nothing to create a compelling game state until turn 6, at which point I flopped a 1 really problematic creature out. Is hyper normal of you. Shadow of the Second Sun. That's not a card. Yeah, if they can't shoot your commander after you give them a free hand, then yeah, they deserve it. Because what you've done here is a really, really common phenomenon, which was, oh, I have a pretty good mechanic. I don't want this to feel like cheating, but instead of just picking softer payoffs, you went with like, I'm gonna go with almost no payoffs. Or you totally denied the cost reduction mechanic. Like, you blanked this half of the card yourself. Whereas if you go, okay, I get to cast colorless things for basically free. If I'm a monster, I'm going to hit them with the stinker. I'm going to hit them with Big Stinky. If I'm not a monster, play fucking Triplicate Titan. This is honest 2 shit, though. right? Like you're going from, like what you think of as honest to shit is like nice guy TM behavior, which honestly feels too aggro because nice guys have gotten so much worse over the last like 5 years than they used to be. But it's very like, I don't want to be imposing, and so I never speak to other people. I don't want to bother the person that I have a crush on, so I'm never going to make eye contact with them. Is making Approach of the Second Sun your only out in this. Like, you don't have to be a monster to just go, hey, I have a relevant creature, you guys. Aren't you all happy for me? Aren't you all happy for me? I have one relevant creature. And especially, I'm going to say, anything that is they draw one extra card on their draw step, like Dictative Prefix, wrong place to be. This is giving you a cost reduction. This is giving you a cost reduction of 1 to give them a free card, which is not good. That's handing your wallet to them, which is not Group Hug. Group Hug has Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss. Standstill is funny in this deck. I think this is too cute, but it is a very, very funny idea. Syndro Deathblade, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And then what is Finale of Glory? Oh, yeah. See, this is what you do. Like, this is just instant board. Instant board. You've let me play Heliod. You've let me give you a full hand. If you didn't draw a board wipe, take it up with your deck list. Like yeah, this is peak honest payoff. Thank you, DMC. But these are the type of things where your Heliod payoff should not be totally undone by Infernal Grasp. I'm gonna say that should be your rule. Whatever you think of as like, this is how Heliod is going to win me the game, one piece of single target removal should not completely undo the 5 setup turns you had to take to make the thing happen. So that's things like Kozilek, because we got value just for casting them, and it reshuffles itself. It's things like Finale of Glory, because they need a board wipe to totally stop you. Things like Triplicate Titan that will at least have a death benefit. But you should not. Honest 2 is not 1/2 mana removal spell. Poops my pants. And that's currently where the deck is going. You're going like, okay, Heliod's really good, and so if you can remove Body of Knowledge, I guess I die. No, we're not doing the tickler. Honest 2 behavior is not Jin-Gitaxias. This is like, this is only honest 2 behavior for those type of people that are like, I believe in radical honesty, but so I say slurs all the time because I'm racist and you shouldn't hide anything about yourself. Yes, you should, and you should change, and you should be better. But fuck this guy. Fuck this guy forever at an honest 2. We do not want any of the Jin-Gitaxiases. Yeah, MLP is right. MLP is right that this is the inverse of what will happen when people jam in the casual Ristic study, where instead of going, oh fuck, this deck sucks, I need to put generically good cards in here, they must have built this, and we're like, oh fuck, this actually plays Magic. I need to shove random crap in here. Where are the toothpicks? Yeah, like this is another, hey, just wheel them into this. Like if you're gonna spend all your mana on Minds Aglow, do Minds Aglow into, all right, I have a 12/12. You better fucking deal with it now that I gave you 5 cards off of Minds Aglow. Yeah, Well of Ideas is also no good. This is, again, I felt bad about being good at... I felt bad about my deck being able to play the game, and so I decided to help a lot of people when it was totally unnecessary. Madra, what is Shadow of the Second Sun? Because we looked that up 3 times, and it's not a card. Never mind. I typoed it over and over. You are just wrong. Beginning, untap, upkeep. Hold on. I'm trying to think. So we're extending the period of reduction. So maybe it allows us to chain big X spells together. I will listen. No, I will listen. I will listen. It's the... This is like... I do not think I'm fully sold until... Oh, we are not playing this to double our mana. We are not playing this just because it untaps everything. We're playing this... We are playing this specifically for the world of... We played this, then we cast a wheel, and we need to get our pips back again. So maybe this gets added as a greedy card in a fixed version of the deck, but right now this is just like I touch myself a ton and the deck is equally ineffectual. Yeah, I also like Invasion of New Phyrexian. Nope, never mind. Has Teferi on it. Fuck that guy. Yeah, White Sun's Twilight. Incredibly honest. So, yes, I would take everything that is giving other people, like, extra cards on their turns, and I would replace it with these like honest payoffs that are actually payoffs. White Suns kill and you cast it for 20 and you kill the table. You cast it for 20. You cast it for 20, and if the table can't board wipe you back, you end the game. That is how Magic works. Madra, I played a precon game yesterday. Yes, this is precon level. This is a modern precon level win condition of I've played my commander, I've flipped my commander, I've gotten a wheel spell, and then I've gotten this off. And none of you wield to any counter spells, interaction, etc., etc. No. This is like one. This is like true group hug. I'm not even trying to win at Magic anymore. Dungeon Master, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Can we play Overrule in the deck? The thought makes me laugh so fucking hard. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X, you gain X life. Almost certainly not because of the pips. It's very funny to yell overruled. It's very funny to yell to yell overruled. But this deck is so pip reliant that like the white blue is probably hateful. I don't think we need High Tide. I think High Tide is just like... High Tide is something we might be able to add after version 3 gets made. But right now we need to change out a lot of the letting people draw cards on their turns for you get to draw cards on my turn. And then, oh god, oh fuck, that turned into a giant fuck you artifact. See, like, I don't like this. This is, we're double dipping for protection and for a discount. Like, you're trying to use a condom as a coupon, and it's not working as either. Because you and target opponent each draw 2 cards, so we're paying 3 mana to get the 2 cost reduction. Or we're giving ourselves indestructible... But we'd probably want to just either have good card draw or have good protection. You're paying 1 mana? That's not true. That is an oversimplification that is wrong in the context of how this deck is going to play out. Especially because, like, for the 3 mana here, I have to pay that before I draw the cards. So I get... Oh yeah, 2 at most. True. If our commander's out, 2. That makes it better. But we can't be like, oh, I get mana back. So that we like getting a colorless discount back is good. But it is not the same as this spell didn't cost mana in the first place. Spell burst. This is funnier. This is still bad. It's funnier than Overrule. Exotic show suggesting a red card. Real as fuck. But like, I think we're worrying too much about protection and not enough about just like, hey, can we please make this work a little bit in the first place? I'm less and less convinced on Ormos, even though, listen, bad as hell. I'm not going to deny that. I think if our deck has run out of cards, we deserve to die, even though we are in Azorius card draw. I think there are so many ways for I draw 10 and that potentially wins me the game to happen in this deck, that if we start planning around, oh, I'm going to be fully milled out. Like, how bad did we fuck up to fully mill out? Is what I'm thinking of. Her second ability is good on its own. Net 2 cards for 9 mana. I don't think it's good in this deck because of the pips on the ability. Like, her second ability is definitely not bad. But it also, like, it doesn't do the cost reduction for our deck. It only saves us again if we've been on life support for, like, a ton of turns. And then if we play around this and then she ever gets removed. Like, one thing, people need to accept death way more often. Like, I think we should build into... You need some type of plan B if your original plan hasn't worked out. For you, that's probably just like hitting land drops and playing mana rocks until you get to hard cast your bombs anyway. But if you're like, I'm going to have done this so much that I've fully run out of cards, Just go softly into that sweet night, Debo. Yeah, feed her to Kozilek. Feed her to Kozilek. I think, how do I... We have to... This is not for suds, but we have to edit this for Debo. Debo pulled a Groundhog Day and got afraid of their own shadow because they built a deck that was too functional. And then they pulled all the fucking toe bones out of it so it couldn't stand up on its own anymore. Foolish mechanic. I don't know about foolish, because their sideboard tells me they knew what the fuck to do. They just thought that, yeah, okay, this sideboard has a pretty crazy fucking variance in it. Sire of the Seven Deaths being up there with Jin-Gitaxias is just like, I'm gonna show that to Gavin Verhey and he's gonna fucking scream. Thank you, Delvigor. Have fun at work. Because it seems like they knew what they should have done. They just didn't know if they had the strength to do it. And they backed down. Yeah, they backed themselves down from a deck that totally would have worked. So I don't want to classify it as foolish like Drolmai, because Drolmai was trying to do an objectively dumb thing. And they did their very best, but it was a foolish, foolish endeavor. This is a totally normal endeavor, and Debo's just being like a little bit too shy about it. Eldamri's a piece of shit and I hate him. Eldamri is a piece of shit loser. I hate this man. I hate the click he claims. I hate his stupid stacked bucket looking leg armor. I hate the way he holds his sword off to the side instead of straight on. I hate his color scheme. I hate the knockoff Burning Crusade portal to the Outworld that he's standing in front of. Fuck this man. Piece of shit. Alright, DMC, have fun. For the rant redeem I hit a bit ago, how do you feel about multiple combats in bracket 2? I'm a bad judge of power and concept, and I'm trying to be honest about a deck. For multiple combats, much like turns, the really important quality is, can you chain them, and are multiple combats a thing you are just doing over and over to accrue value in the mid game, or is it how you are winning a game if your board is set up? Usually for multiple combats, it almost always has to be a win condition, because if you're like, okay, I'm going to take 5 combats, I have a 1-1 pass, who's going to get angry about it? So it depends on what, and then as MLP raises, you have to be a good pilot. If you're going to be running multiple combats, I would personally want you to be very good at quickly determining where you were going to swing. Because if you're like, okay, I'm gonna take 4 combats, and then you reorient all your damage to like spread the love around, or you're like scared of taking swings, or you're like really slow at math, then multiple combats are like not great. But if you're not looping them, and you just go like here, I think this is the guy. Like, let's say you're running Is It Pirates, and you play Is It Pirates, and then you play like Port Raiser, and you've looted Wonder into your graveyard, so all of your things have flyers, and you have a board full of pirates that have like 1/1 counters stacked on top of them, and then you just go like, okay, I swing out at the table, and I'm gonna get you all as low as possible. That's pretty fair. Like the number of things you need the number of things you need to turn that into a game win are extremely telegraphed. They're very incremental. Like if you just have a flying port raiser, this is everybody takes 4. If you have port raiser and another 5/5, everybody takes 9, or one person takes 19. So I don't think it pushes it out of 2. Now, if you're talking about like, oh, well, I'm going to win by taking infinite combats with Kiki Jiki, that's different. Right? The line is very much, which is, I'm sad that they didn't, because they said in the original article that they were going to try to work this in, but they didn't include any guidelines about like 3-card infinites or how much mana your infinite takes. If you go, okay, with 3 cards and 5 mana, I'm going to take 5 combats. That's probably a lot. If you're like, it's 3 cards and I spend 15 mana, and if I have 3 5-mana bombs that you don't interact with, I get infinite combats that kill the table. I personally don't like it because it's infinite, but I think it's pretty fair. So I would say it's too much up to nuance. It's very broadcasted. Yeah, like I think if it's broadcasted, I have a 2-card infinite in a deck that takes 28 mana to do. How is that a 3 and not a 2? What? What the fuck is a 28 mana? Like, I think at that point, that's just like Dirtle Zone. If my deck is built around it, the deck is probably not worth playing for different reasons. And like one of the reasons, like my thing about infinites is much more, I find them to be sauceless, but sometimes necessary. Like I can't imagine a 2-card 28 mana infinite is something you're ever playing towards. Unless you're doing Colossus of Akros and World Sister. Oh, World Slater, not World Sister. Huh? Oh, Slayer. Okay. So we equip... That's not an infinite. What? This is, I make an indestructible creature and then I board wipe. That's not an infinite. Words mean things. Words mean things. It ends the game. Okay. Me when I'm a silly guy. Me when I'm just a silly guy. Excellent message, Jockstrap. Thank you for being true to your name. Just swung with a 100-100 crazy infinite. Yeah, you know my favorite infinite? Scute Swarm plus a fetch land. Gotta be my favorite infinite. Oh my god, if you play Scute Swarm plus Explore plus 3 fetch lands, 3 card infinite. 3 card infinite. Oh shit, 1 card infinite? Head ass. Head ass. Okay, Depressed Robot, Plain Simple Steve, are you here? If you're not, Ambi Navy, I see you are here. So if neither of them sound off, Amber, we will catch up with your deck. But we have to hit a shorter ad break while I go get water. All right, guys. Top Hat Cats to Goat, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I lied. Instead of water, I got sugar-free root beer from Barks. And I got water. Terratrox, hit me with a personal question. Please just copy-paste it. Mauled, if I Court of Calling into a Craterhoof, is that bracket for behavior? No, it's just bitchless, rizless, and potentially motionless. Root beer in this economy? This is like 50 cents a can. What do you mean? Truly broken. I cannot imagine if you got to like 10 mana and Craterhoofed me, I would call you a cheater. What do you think of Rashmi Eternity's Crafter? Now I need you to understand. I'm going to troll you. Because this is the type of personal question that I say we don't use channel points to do just commander reviews. Would. You're welcome. Random smasher pastime. Master of the Wild Hunt. Let's be so for real. The dogs can't watch because they've got 6 cyberpunk helmets on. Smash. Would. Instantly. Not tapping the wolves, though. Deloru, thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. I hope you have a good night. Is there ever a limit on token doublers? Top Hat Cats, there's a limit on their effectiveness. There's a point at which having so many token doublers actually hurts your deck because you spend so much time trying to double something that you begin to make it less likely that you're actually going to draw the token makers that you need to make the doublers pay off. A lot of decks generally perform better with fewer doublers and more things that just make the initial stuff happen. Kilroy, hit me with a personal question, my friend. Alec, no. I did not see your last question. Who is the least smashable Myojin? This one. This one. I will not explain myself. I will not be explaining myself. Now that you've read the Dresden Files, what commander would you recommend if I want to get up to some Queen Mab shit? Daydreaming. Maladaptive daydreaming, or playing a commander pod in which you pilot all 4 decks. I think Queen Mab behavior in which you are making deals, that is equally achievable with every Esper control commander based on how you play it as a person. There is no commander that is going to accurately mechanically capture the narrative spirit that is Queen Mab from the Dresden Files. Alayla can definitely capture how bad as hell the fairies are. For the most part, the wheel and dealing but factually truthful natures of the fairy is gonna be on you as a pilot. And so any Dimir deck, any Esper deck that has control pieces and has cards that you can leverage politically is it. There's not even a best one. It's literally just whichever one you would personally like to politic with the most. Yeah, very real, very real. Beefcake, thank you for the random smasher pass. Nope. In the name. Weird Harvest. Hell no. Nothing on here. Nothing on here. So Equinox and Harvahal. Unfortunately, this shit is gas. I am a generalized SpongeBob hater. This shit is gas. Start to finish. Days? Are you fucking kidding me? They cooked. This is relentless cookery. This is evil. This is just like, it's peak, I'm afraid. Gary Toxrill. Plankton's a little shithead again. I think the only one that does not seem like just raw, inescapable cookery is Squidward is just like, hey, this guy was also a squid. And that's why we picked him for Squidward. I think they were just like, what is a playable card that is also a squid? But Gary is Toxrill, Patrick as an overcosted vanilla. And then Sandy is also like Crash Out Squirrel. Even that has a decent one. It's perfect. It's perfect except for Squidward, and for Squidward they were just like, well, he is also an octopus. Is this playable? No, this is Patrick. What about Gary being Toxrill though? Toxrill's a slug, Gary's a snail. So it's not about the creature type, it is about Gary is evil and wants to destroy all life on planet Earth, and so is Toxrill. That is the one-to-one. Is Gary is an evil fucking demon. And so's Toxrill. Rather than the creature type being one-to-one. Hallmark 95, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. These 5 might be the best secret lair ever. Which, like, some people are gonna, like, I don't even want to know how high Prof's blood pressure got when he looked at these cards. But goddamn, these 5, inescapable peak. This shit is so good. I don't even like SpongeBob, and I might use these. Because they are so fucking good. Great. I mean, this is a layup, but like, they didn't miss the layup. Ugh. Ugh, it's gas. It's gas. Ambi, thank you for the random smasher pass. I'm gonna give this snake a chance. The rest, no, but I'm gonna see what they can get. I'm gonna see what they can get done. No, see, Gorbash, what I think is perfect, what I think is the best part of the secret lair is, and I'm going to make a short about this later, so I expect you all to fucking like and comment on it another time. The best part is that they have perfectly united how much people are going to hate SpongeBob, because either you hate what the commander does or you hate Universes Beyond, but the Venn diagram is finally going to be a circle for all the different reasons you might hate this card. People are going to play it and they're going to be like, oh my fucking god, why are you doing that? Can you just play with a real card, please? Like, what card even is it? And then they're going to pick it up and they're going to go like, what are we even looking? Joda! And then they're going to be just as mad. That's art. That is a different level of art. Mutant, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. It's so good. I even think the unification theme is on flavor for SpongeBob himself, but I do think it's just so perfect that they're like, yeah, everybody's gonna hate this card, and it doesn't matter what reason you hate it for, but we're gonna perfectly unite everybody in their hatred. It's a donkey wearing a donkey mask. Pylord 9001, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And Tackett C, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Welcome to the dog pile. I can finally, truly have the power of friendship for my Joda deck. Yeah. F is for fuck you, who do stuff together. Dr. Ligma, PhD, thank you for the Twitch follow and taking time away from your very important Ligma Balls convention. Welcome to the doghouse. Okay. So I don't see Steve or Depressed, so we are going to run Amber's deck right now. This deck is listed as silly. I saw this fucker in the first 3 seconds of a Ristic Studies video, went what on earth is this, and immediately built it. God, hold on. We have to redo that for the VOD without a burp. Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. I'm gonna Vine Boom myself. That's on me. Saw this fucker in the first 3 seconds of a Ristic Studies video, went what on earth is this, and immediately built it. Enjoy. Oh no. The Gruul players have gotten to the combo Amber. Oh fuck. Okay. So Devour X, where X is creatures devoured. You make a bunch of tokens, you get a exponentially larger and larger Thromach based on the tokens you get rid of, and then you cast Chandra's Ignition. Prepare to meet God. Okay, all will be one. Chariot of Victory! Thromach gets to stick one toe in the Chariot of Victory, and then he slip and slides into your taint. Fling good. Mage Slayer fine. Fling okay. Switch to table view to see the full category names. What's table? Get your hands off my penis. What artifact was on your penis? Bolt Bend, Chaos Warp, Intervention, Sheltering Word, Tameo Safekeeping. Okay, sure. Decent amount of interaction for Thromach. Reasonably healthy number of lands. Prepare to meet God. My, this is weird because Amber usually likes to play at a really high level of play. And so I like to drag them for how strong their decks are. And while all of these cards are cool, this seems a lot like playing with your food. Because all of these cards are, I sacrifice Thromach to tell one person in particular to die, which seems like a lot of work when he can just explode. He can blow up and act like he don't know nobody. And I would understand if we had an abundance of these effects. This is my shitpost bracket 2 to 3 deck. I think it still is with Chandra's Ignition. Like, I think this is, again, you're underestimating what the children can handle. Because if you go, I spend multiple turns getting a board, I get Thromach, and then I fling, one person's out of the game, and now I'm totally out of gas. I hate the vibe. So what are the vibes of Chandra's Ignition, and how is it different from all of these Chandra's Ignition but one person? I don't want to split my penis in 3 when I fling it. I mean, you don't. It's multiplicative penis. It's penis maxing, not splitting. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't like the vibes of Chandra's Ignition. Here's brain off landfall. I'm not saying it's bad as a token maker. It's not bad as a token maker, but shut the fuck up. I don't like the vibes. I don't like the vibes. Here's my hedge maze demon. Okay, dragon fodder, real. Real. Do we have any ramp? I'm not sure if I believe in Ulashed. I believe in some of these cards, but we have a really, really big gap happening in terms of what we can do, because we have some cards that are like, ooh, Goblin Instigator, I get 2 1/1s. Or we have Skewt Swarm, which in token making in Gruul, some degree of this is understandable because Gruul doesn't have an abundance of like equally high power token makers. Like Galadrim seems crazy to me. Or I guess you fog, so you like swing out a bunch of shitty 1/1s and you fog them and you make more, which I can understand that. But we do seem to be, as a bipolar person, this deck does seem to have both a manic phase and a depressive phase happening at the exact same time. I'm gonna duplicate this so we can playtest it on a real deck building site. We're not gonna include the maybe board. But this deck looks to me like it is both a 2. It looks like it's both a 2 and a 3 at the same time, just depending on what your like first 7 is, and that is usually a place I don't like to be in. I typically find that to be a less satisfying place, even though make huge guy, make huge worm, chuck worm at you. The cactapult is funny. I mean, legally a 3 is whatever. I'm not worried about what the deck legally is. I'm worried about the mouthfeel of the deck. Not a file, via text. There we go. Back to deck list, and we should have 1 extra Thromach. So let's just see. Let's see how the first edition of it runs out. There we go. Now the cards are big. Amber, I care deeply about the mouthfeel of your large insatiable worm. So turn 1, we can mass hysteria. So now everything has haste. That's kind of good. Turn 2, we can do absolutely fucking nothing. What is this card? I don't care if you're not my default browser. Chrome? My whole computer's frozen now. Thank you, Chrome. Thank you, Chrome. Mana fucking Morphos? You're just horny. You're just horny for Storm. Okay, I Mana Morphos to draw a card. I Faithless Loot to draw 2. Oh look, nothing matters. So now we can Frolic for 2 1/1s. Yeah, it's Saprolings. So we get 2 Saprolings. He's on an adventure. Next turn, Saprolings tap for green. And on end step, we make another one. Next turn, red-green. Mana Flare, which is the like least necessary thing. This, I don't know if we've ever needed this in the deck. But we can tap all these Saprolings to get Awakening Zone, and we can get this guy. And then next turn, we can Thromach. And we would have had a 4th Saproling, and we also have an Eldrazi. So now we Eldrazi. So we get 4 of the green, we get the 1 red. We sack all these motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's a 36-36. And now we have like 2 pieces of protection we can play. This seems like another I bought the secret lair, so I'm going to play the secret lair, which you can just like take cards out and look at them, right? We can just kiss. You can kiss the cardboard in your room. No one's going to know. No one's going to know. Yeah, sure. Somebody's dead. Like turn 7, we put a lethal swing at somebody, and now we hope that they've died. I want people to know, Bondolator. So Ravenous seems like a weird inclusion to me, because if we're in Gruul, we either play Thromach or we ramp back up to recasting Thromach. I don't think there's a ton of situations where the backup shouldn't just be, okay, bitch, I cast Cultivate. I hit yet another land drop. Like if you're telling me the deck is getting put into situations where you need so much backup that Thromach is unplayable, that is why you need Chandra's Ignition. Because at that point, you are just a punching bag for the table. If the worm is going down so many times that you cannot pay the commander tax in red green token ramp, that just means you gotta try to win instead of I paid for the secret lair, so I'm gonna use the secret lair, or you just gotta go to a 1. Because this was like turn 7, we have a lethal swing, we have some protection. That's good. We can begin rebuilding our board if this guy gets killed. There's our first fling. We are pretty light on decent amount of card draw. This would be, listen, Amber, I know you like cards. I know you like touching the beautiful, beautiful cardboard. Please draw 36. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about losing the commander? If you're not gonna win the game, at least live before the game ends. I think I run stuff like that. I don't think you do. I think you are lying. I think you probably thought about running stuff like that, and then you were like, nah, fuck that. Song of Totentants. Like you have Rishgars, but that's 6 mana, which is much different. I'm talking about spells we could realistically cast the turn we play Thromach. And then if we keep going, it's like we have a lot of really, really greedy 5 mana spells, and we have very few ways to get us there. Like we do nothing until turn 4. And see, Last March of the Ents is another, like, Thromach has to live, and if we're including spells that are going to only be playable if Thromach is untapped, instead of, like, stop quoting 6 mana spells and being like, that's the same. So we do nothing for 4 turns. We play 1 dog. We can't play Thromach. Ambi, I will allow you 1 bad. You can't just go good cards have bad aura. I have seen your Yawgmoth deck. You cannot tell me good cards have bad aura. I've seen your other creations. So the bottom line is this deck is just deliberately pulling punches, and I think it is pulling punches in deleterious ways to the overall play pattern of the deck. For 5 turns, you have not been a participant of this table. You cannot help people react to threats. You are just a punching bag for any decks with combat damage triggers to establish an advantage state. You are very much playing with your own meat trying to wake it up. Turn 5, we could kill our dog to start getting saprolings. And then we just keep ramping, do a bunch of Totentants, and then after we do a big Totentants turn, then we Thromok for a billion, and we pray. Because we haven't hit enough land drops to hold up Untimely Malfunction. We can hold up Bolt Bend, and then maybe if we untap, we hold up Untimely Malfunction. I don't think it's thematic, Potato TV, because I think what's thematic is turns 1 through 5. We want to be doing good prep moves. We want to be doing, like, if you watch a good Worms movie, if you watch a good, like I want this deck, my idea for the vibe of this deck is like sci-fi channel B movie that's about big earthworms that eat you alive. You don't necessarily need to be making crazy power moves the whole time, but I do want there to be a little bit more ominous buildup. Yeah, Tremors. We want this to be... I sentence you to watching Tremors and staring deep into the eyes of Kevin Bacon. Because right now we're going from like movie title dawns, 10 minutes of solid silence with nothing happening, and then the worm jumps out. Versus we need the ground to shake a little bit. We need them to be like scared of what they're looking for, etc., etc. And so the things we want for that are, we probably want the bad token makers to become ramp for the good token makers. We have a couple things at 2 and 3 mana that are hot, like not Goblin Instigator, like Scute Swarm. Holy fuck, what an incredible card, right? Scute Swarm is an absolute motherfucker. Oolash, but there's a lot of cards in here that seem like they only work if other things have already worked. Like Michaeloth, we need a pretty wide board. Like, this is the type of deck where I would prefer to see you be like way heavier on ramp, give up on 4, and then it's just a bunch of these are all going to be green anyway. What? Oh, it's each. The game doesn't do every. Where's the specific guy I'm thinking of? We're not taking like all of these. This guy's in white. Who cares? Yeah, Tender Shoot. Right? We would even rather like cultivate into Tender Shoot than we would do like Goblin Instigator type stuff. Mog War Marshal. I don't like this. This feels too close. This feels too close to Goblin Instigator, where I think like making 2 guys or making 3 guys is not really good enough. I think we either want mana or we want an engine that makes a truly, like, fucked up number of guys. Like this shithead. Like, just ramp into these. Clearly this deck needs Sandworm Convergence. Maybe not this one, but it is kind of funny. Because if the early game is so bad for us, we just, like, I think you're better off replacing all of the bad early game plays with, fuck it, I'm gonna get mana so that I can get to, like, playable mid game stuff. So, like, Krenko's Command, even Hordling Outburst, Dragon Fodder, Goblin Instigator, even Goblin Anarchomancer. I don't think any of those feel good enough. Like, that's just, I take a game action for the sake of having a game action rather than a game action that is going to prepare my worm to Thrummock on top of all of them. Because the big stuff you have, you already, like Dragon Broodmother, great fucking engine. Twitching Doll, I will pat you on the head for Twitching Doll. Good ramp. You can save up a bunch of spiders. This is great worm fluffery. Tremendous worm fluffery. But if we are... Oh, this is another way where we can relate back to either your setup has to be... Your setup or your payoff can be greedy. If both your setup and your payoff is very greedy, it's not putting you in a lower power bracket, it's just putting you in a variable power bracket. Because when the stars line up on both your setup and your payoff, this deck is going to look really, really good. And when the stars don't line up on either, the deck is going to look unplayably awful. And so that is why either your setup or your payoff needs to have a high level of fidelity, and you need to have a high level of confidence that it is going to go through with whatever you said it was going to go through with, because it's going to bring down the variance of whatever's happening, even if it's not bringing up the power level. So if you want it to be, okay, I'm never going to Chandra's Ignition, that means your payoff is going to be pretty greedy. My only potential payoff in the deck is I get a big Thrummock, and then one at a time, I chuck my big meaty worm at you. That's a pretty greedy payoff, and so our setup cannot be aspirational. Our setup has to be, like, very on the rails, and we have to be very confident that we are going to be ramping up to and then dropping things like Broodmother, Spider, even Avenger of fucking Zendikar, God help you. Another thing I don't see in here is Jaheira, which if you had Jaheira, I would maybe forgive things like Dragon Fodder a little bit more, but really you just want Awaken the Woods, and like Dragon Fodder becomes 3 visits. You turn Dragon Fodder into like 3 visits, Nature's Lore, Farseek, all that stuff, and you get to these big token engines faster and faster. Okay, you do have Vitality. That's nice. But I can definitely see, like, good player tries to make fair deck and swings the pendulum super far in the other direction. Oh, I like Fecundity. That's cute. That's cute, and you definitely have space to be cute. I think Mana Flare will become unnecessary as you change the deck. One with the Kami is very cute. I am currently not super confident that you'll ever have the mana to cast this in a time scale that matters, but maybe. This one I think is too cute. Because this is just get 2 squirrels, which I don't think is a good... This is, again, fucking cultivate, baby. Cultivate it up. Oh yeah, and you could Phylath. Like, if you're going to keep Avenger of Zendikar, you should also... Oh, basic land. How many... We're on a lot of basics. If we're going to keep Avenger of Zendikar, and you don't want to just, like, fuck this thing up with non-basics, I would also run Phylath. And then, you know, you make Cloakwood ramp. I like Bitter Reunion. This is one of the few double duty cards where I'll say, like, yeah, haste could just kill a bitch. You could run Anger and Brawn. Ambi, that is a good point. Have you thought about, there are these two cards that you're not running right now that would be really, really important to your deck's game plan. They would enable Trample, this little known green card named Brawn, and they would also enable Haste if you ran this card I'm not sure you've heard of. It's called Anger. So if this is in your grid, okay, bit over. I do think Anger and Brawn makes sense here. I think you probably want... MLP, good point. What about a different card? What about different cards named Brawn? And then another card named Anger. No, you're good, bad speedruns. You're totally good. I just gotta milk the gimmicks when I see them. Is From the Beyond too cute? I'm gonna say it's a little too cute, even for the game. I don't think we need Glittering Stockpile. Oh, From Beyond. Honestly, at 4 mana, I think this begins to get too cute because 4 mana, like, you have to compare this against what else could we do for 4 mana, and other things we could do on 4 mana is we could Sky Shroud Claim to get to 6 mana to cast the shit that really matters. 4 mana for one thing on our upkeep is probably too slow to be effectual. 3 mana, we can take the hit under duress. 4 mana, we would probably rather just fuck it up and ramp more. Arasta could be playable, although this is more of a meta call. This is like, do you think your table is doing this enough? Because I know you have Dragon Lair, which is better because it's any spell, but Arasta comes down way sooner and gives you reach blockers, which do matter. Terratrox, we did see Verdant Force in the engine recommendations for earlier. And after that, I would probably recommend, like, fucking... You're gonna think I'm insane. You're gonna think I'm insane. I think abundance matters for you. I think you have enough. You have a good land count. You have very, very little card selection. Because you don't have very much card selection, if we want your early game to be all about ramping into good synergy pieces, abundance is a straight up guarantee that after we have fixed our mana situation, we're going to be able to go into, hopefully, gas, gas, gas. So I would say this is like one of the only 4-drops that deserves to stay in the deck. So for things I'm going to recommend you cut, I'm going to recommend you cut Ulashed. It's a 4-drop that we never want to play on turn 4. I'm going to recommend you cut Ravenous Tyrannosaurus, Instigator, Anarchomancer, Krenko's Command, Hordling Outburst, Faithless Looting, Dragon Fodder, I think you can probably do a 1-to-1 trade with some of the flings for more protection. Cloakwood Hermit, Mana Flare, 1 with the Kami. So those 11 I'm going to recommend you cut. Scepter of Celebration I think is also the trample alone is good. Warstorm Surge is basically just all will be one for the purposes of this deck. So if they want to do Warstorm Surge 2, they can, but I would really recommend leaning on 2. Take those 11 cards, do some ramp, do some 1-to-1 trades with things like Soulsfire and more things that can defend Thromok for 1 mana. I don't think we have an Embercleave, and I don't think we want an Embercleave, Dr. Ligma. We're not going to be attacking with a wide board, and so that would just be like, I'm going to drop 10 mana on you just because I can, which is the entire... We're doing that too much. We are maxing out our credit card to make it rain, and we need to be a little reasonable. I'm also not totally sold on Battle Hymn just because you don't have a lot of good mana dumps. Care Keep. Honestly, straight up, play this. Goofy as fuck. Very safe. You have so many basics, you can afford to go down 1. And then it's just like, hey, if I'm really bricking on my token makers, if nothing else, I get to do 1 token a turn. Sure. Like, it's not something you want to do, but this is absolutely a land we would be willing to take under duress to make sure we got some degree of token generation going. Yeah, low opportunity cost. It's never like the best way to spend our turn. Fish. Honestly, also good if we're bricking. That said, if we start to get too far away from our basics, we will get in trouble. So do be careful, but I think Fountain Port and Care Keep totally playable. Terratrox, I do not think we're running that many elves. We have 2 elves in the deck, so we are not on elf time. Blade Tusk, the way to get on the roast list is to purchase a Ko-Fi commission. Those are going to go on sale at the beginning of next month. So if you're on Ko-Fi, this is my Ko-Fi page, which we're going to be dressing up through the rest of this month. Hold on, let's put Amber on the personality matrix, because I think we've about covered what the adds and cuts need to be. And I think this is very cute, very fair. Very cute, very fair. The pendulum is just a little too far on the idiot side of the table. And so I'll say, for sure, greedy soap opera. For sure. Because the soap opera is, I chuck my big meaty dong at you. And you know, I like that you refuse to deviate from that vibe. And I think you should just be like, you know, instead of trying to play greedy cards the whole game or goofy cards the whole game, just be like, hey, turns 1, 2, and 3, or turns 1 and 2, and maybe 3, I'm going to ramp. And then hopefully turns 3 onward, or sometimes turn 4 onward, goofy guy, goofy guy, goofy guy, worm. Job done. Alright, back to the Ko-Fi shit. So these are going to be a commission, which are going to have a limited stock every month. Starting next month, there's going to be 48 available rather than 18, because they're moving from being a Patreon redeem to being a Ko-Fi only redeem. And so one thing that would actually be decent to get chat's feedback on is the idea right now is I'm going to let the market dictate how expensive they are, because they've been selling out basically instantly. And so my initial plan is I'm just going to raise the price by a ton and then drop it if they don't sell out instantly. So right now the plan is to double them to 50, and if they take like hours and hours to sell out, that's good to me. But it is useful to see if other people think that's crazy, because what I do not want to do is do like a frog boil where I raise it like $5 every month and just like keep nickel and diming like death by 1,000 cuts every time. I'm just going to be like, all right, it's way fucking more expensive now. Does that still meet demand? And if it doesn't, then I can be like, okay, now we knock it down. And then it goes down to like 40 or 30 or whatever. If it's taking, you know, like multiple days to sell out, then we knock the price down. But what I want it to be is I want it to be a go live date. I mean, so Umbuka, what is crazy about that? I do think the pricing in general feels crazy. I'm trying to disconnect myself from that, because the reason I haven't raised the price on it before ever is because I'm like, $25 for me to make fun of you, that's insane. But the demand does not reflect that. And I don't want to be like clutching my own pearls about what I think is reasonable if it makes it so that, because these 18 for 25 across Patreon and Ko-Fi, these slots were filled up in 3 minutes combined. And I do not want the deck roast to be, you have to know what day they're going live and you have to be there within 5 minutes or you don't get one. I want it to be like, if you know what day they're going live, you can probably get one. I do think it's a big hike, but I would rather go too big and then back off versus do like 30, then 35, then 40, then 45, then 50. Because I think what would also be fine, and what would also probably be healthy, is if there was more churn and more people were like, oh, I'm going to buy a deck roast every once in a while, rather than me being like, hey, new month, new 25. Because that's kind of like what's happening right now. So I would rather change too much and then go, okay, that didn't work. Yeah, like the frog boiling feels more exploitative than doing a big change and being like, hey, are you guys willing to pay that? Because if the answer is no, I'm not going to take, right? Then I'm not taking your money from you. But if it goes like, okay, they paid more, $1 more. Let's put one more. Like, can you imagine? It feels very like Aladdin Vizieri if I just go, okay, every month it gets $1 more expensive. I mean, Debo, it's definitely high. It's definitely high, but I am trying to detach my own feeling of what I think of as expensive, and I'm just going like, okay, what are people willing to pay for it at a high degree of demand? In before roast gets shorter and shorter. So MLP, one of the reasons we have to do the pricing change is because I keep not listening to my production team and I keep not making them shorter. When we started this, I was like, oh, but 25 is like so expensive. And my manager was like, oh, well, if you do just put a hard time limit at 15 minutes per deck and then you're getting paid $100 an hour, and then just make it uncapped, because how long are you personally willing to work for $100 an hour? And I was like, oh, forever. And we tried to do that, and I was just like, oh, this is ass. And now, the more I know it was a joke, MLP. I'm using it to elaborate on my own thought process. For those of you who have not interacted with MLP, they're a little miscreant. They're a silly little demon. So we're not seriously hounding them. But anyway, like the average roast now, we spend like 45 minutes on a deck. Somebody got a roast last week, and I had to not freak out, because the roast, we spent like 25 minutes, and they were like, oh, thanks for the quick roast. I was like, the quick roast. It usually expands to 45 minutes deck to deck, because we do a tangent like this in between every fucking deck. And so yeah, it's usually like 30 minutes on an individual deck, but it takes like 45 to 50 to move from deck to deck to deck, because I just yap about so much other stuff. So anyway, I agree. 50. I got told stop being nice. Fuck! Hoisted by my own petard. Okay. I enjoy that I still have the will of the people. So for April, we're going to try 50. And then Otter, would you further raise it then if they all sell out fast at 50 even? Yes, it depends on how fast. It's like a spectrum, but if I post these for 50 and they sell out in less than 10 minutes, 100% yes, the price is continuing to go up. If they sell out in like 4 hours, maybe not. If they take like multiple days, like it's just the point of moving them from Patreon is now whatever the market bears, that is what these are going to cost. Because this is as close as I get to a 401k. And so it becomes like, rather than someone just found out how supply and demand works. Yeah, the chemical engineer is taking his first actual economy class live while streaming this. And so yeah, and somebody further back suggested a wait list, which is a good idea for somebody who is better put together for me. If someone is for someone who is more put together in the workflow than I was, a waitlist is a great idea. Unfortunately, I think the demand is high enough that waitlist would grow so rapidly that I would just instantly lose track of it. Trixie, I would also love to do that. I have no fucking clue. So I wish Mald would increase his volume so I don't get ear blasted by ads. I wish I knew how. On Twitch, the volume is okay. On YouTube, it's low, but they're coming through the same mixer. And so the volume is like, on my end, looks fine. And if I turn it up for YouTube at all, it blows everyone out. Blows everyone out on Twitch. And so I don't have a good solution for that. Yeah, Kush, exactly. We're going to raise prices until the line is shrunk, but the queue is filled. Mauled, while I still have you, what days are still open for rescheduling yesterday's roast? Zres, could you do tomorrow evening? So what's going to happen, let's talk about tomorrow, because we have big Total Drama Tuesday news. Big Total Drama Tuesday news. Comedian is going to be streaming with us tomorrow, and from like 12 to 2, from 12 to 2, we're going to be doing a butthole clenchability tier list of the top 16 CEDH commanders. And so he's going to weigh in. He is going to weigh in with the like actual mechanical info, and we're going to translate that together into how tight does your anus get when you see a little when you see that commander hit the deck. And at 2, Ian's going to go, I'm going to keep streaming until 6 p.m., at which point we're switching to World of Warcraft. And in between 2 and 6, that is going to be makeup roast time for anybody who wants it. So if you're here by 3, that's going to be really safe. 3 is going to be 3 p.m. Pacific is going to be the like safest you can get. And yeah, Whitebread, if you're here, yes, Harden. So we'll call you 3. You're on it from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. after we finish up with Ian. And the Ian collab stream might stretch until even 2:30. He said he would just dip out of the call if it made it to 3 hours, but that he wanted to aim for 2 to 2.5. And then between that and World of Warcraft, we can just do makeup roast to try to get back on top of the stream I had to miss yesterday. All right, dope. So now that's going to be the end of today's stream because my jaw hurts and I have to work on an ad because we got a new sponsorship that will hopefully be debuting this week. But I will see you all tomorrow at noon. If any new spoilers drop, be ready for me to hit live earlier so that we can clickbait about that before we stream with Ian. But we're gonna find somebody to raid. Oh hell yeah, Nerd Girl is live. Our friend MTG Nerd Girl also got into OnlyFangs, by the way, the big World of Warcraft content guild. So we're going to raid into them, use the indestructible Justin thing that I have just put into chat. Oh, and Sunder, can you go tomorrow? Right. Would tomorrow between 2 and 6 Pacific work for you, Sunder? I'm going to lose Sunder's message in the fucking indestructible Justin spams, but I'm watching. Because if that works, yes. Okay, then I will see you 4 tomorrow. 4 Pacific. 4 Central. So 4 Central is like 3 Pacific. So we might be able to do you first, which would, I think 4 Central is 3 p.m. Pacific. Hold on. Oh no, it's 2 hours. Is 5 Central okay? Because 2 Central or 4 Central is probably okay. 3 p.m. Pacific, awesome. I will see you 4 there. We're gonna raid into MDG Nerd Girl. Thank you all for the follows, the subs, the bits. I appreciate all of your support. I will see you tomorrow. I hope you're having a good start to your week, and please, 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 remember to stay toxic, just for me.